Meet the Mets. Step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life, because the Mets are really sucking the ball, knocking those home runs over the wall. East side, west side, everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York town. Oh, the butcher and the baker and the people on the streets, where do they go? To meet the Mets! Oh, they're hollering, they're cheering, and they're jumping in their seats. Where do they go? To meet the Mets! All the fans are true to the orange and blue, so hurry up and come on down, 'cause we got ourselves a ball club, the Mets of New York town. Give them a yell, give them a hand, and let them know you're rooting in the stand. Come on and meet the Mets, meet the Mets. Step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life, because the Mets are really sucking the ball, knocking those home runs over the wall. East side, west side, everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York town, of New York town.
Head for the park and greet the Mets. Hot dogs, green grass, all out of shade. Guaranteed to have a heck of a day, because the Mets are really rocking that ball, hitting those home runs over the wall. New Jersey, Brooklyn, Queens, and town and down. Let's go Mets, that's the cheer all over New York town. Meet the Mets, meet the Mets, meet the Mets, meet the Mets, meet the Mets. Head for the park and greet the Mets. Hot dogs, green grass, all out of shade. Guaranteed to have a heck of a day, because the Mets are really rocking the ball, hitting those home runs over the wall. New Jersey, Brooklyn, Queens, and town and down. Let's go Mets, that's the cheer all over New York town. Meet the Mets, meet the Mets. Let's go Mets!
And hold it. Hi, everybody. This is the Baseball Hype, the amazing, spectacular, terrific, the great one, the People's Champion, your host. I'm not going to use the headphones right now. You let me know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Holla, can you hear me? Just let me know if you can hear me. I'm going to go with the headphones right now. It's just annoying, I tell you. Guys, I'm annoying comments this morning. That's for damn sure. But hopefully this isn't annoying to see me on camera. Holy crap. Sorry about that. But here we are in New York City. I'm not happy with the background here at all. So So, I tried this sort of virtual thing, but it makes me disappear all the time. So I'm not too happy with that. And we'll get into it. So please subscribe and like this video. Got a whole bunch of people in here. Hello, Rafael A. Castillo. Hello, Kid28. Hello, Holly Green. So last night we kind of learned that the Mets are not in on Wilson Contreras and JD Martinez because those teams, in particular, the Cubs and the Red Sox, want top Met prospects. In return. You cannot do that. All right. JD Martinez is 35 years old. JD Martinez is 35 years old. Why are you giving up a prospect like Mark Vientos? Is beyond me. It doesn't make any sense to me. They think that that Steve Cohen is a dope, that he doesn't understand how to run things after a year. And the Mets are in a different situation right now. Let's get off the camera for a second. The Mets are in a different situation right now than they were last year because they were desperate for a shortstop. They didn't have a shortstop with Lindor being out for a couple of weeks. So they had to bring in Baez. Baez is a totally different animal than, say, Wilson Contreras. Wilson Contreras is just, he's probably getting close to the end of his prime. Here's another guy you can't bring him in and know that he's going to be a pure rental and he's going to be gone in 2 months, after the season, with whatever the postseason the Mets have, for a prospect that's going to be someplace for 6 years. It doesn't, you can't do that. You can't run your organization like that. There is actually news on Josh Bell. Believe it or not, I did that video on Josh Bell. Please check it out. It's probably my last crazy trade situation before we hit the deadline at 6 p.m. I'm going to try to be on as long as I can most of the day. But it seems like Josh Bell might be going in this deal with with Juan Soto. Anthony DeComo retweeted this out. As the trade deadline approaches, there is a growing sense that the Padres is the most likely landing spot for Juan Soto, and in a twist, perhaps Josh Bell too. Multiple people have heard there's momentum in those talks. Now the Mets have a deal on the table. Let's have a deal on the table for Josh Bell, but they did not. Obviously, the Nationals were not too enthralled with it. I would mention this too. The Mets will have at 7 o'clock, or whatever time it is, 7:05, 7:15, the biggest acquisition of the trade deadline is going to take the mountain for the Mets. And that's Jacob deGrom. He's going to pitch tonight for the Mets, believe it or not. So anybody getting all uptight about, they're not going to get anybody. They're getting somebody tonight. Is that not what you want? A big move? That's about as big of a move as you're going to get. People were complaining a lot to me overnight that the Mets aren't going to do anything. Some guy was doing the nah, I told you so. I told you so they weren't going to do anything the other day. I'm paying attention to what everybody says, which I really don't, to be honest with you. But they're getting Jacob deGrom tonight. And so that's about as big of an acquisition. This team, they're going to win 102 games. We're on pace for that. So there's no, to me, there shouldn't be any panic to make a big splashy move. Big splashy move for what? So you can rip apart your whole farm system for a guy that's only going to be here for 2 months? They got to be all in it. Haven't they been all in all anyway? The Mets, pitched Max Scherzer last night. That kind of tells everybody that they were all in. They were all in last night, but they're not in, at 6 p.m. Very strange. Very strange kind of attitude about I don't know if it's like this at other teams. But it's and then somebody brought up the Wilpons. What are you bringing up the Wilpons for? The Wilpons have absolutely nothing to do with Steve Cohen. That's a damn sure. The Mets have nothing to do with the ballparks. It's just crazy. Like I said, I followed this other account. MLB executive Brennan. He put this out there. Market was light for Josh Bell and Wilson Contreras. Both GMs overplayed their hands to a degree. Now it's a buyer's market on both players, especially Contreras. The Mets are doing what they do, and people keep panicking. The Mets always like to take this to the very end of the deadline. What's it, 9 o'clock now? So we got 9 hours until the trade deadline. Remember, they brought in Yoenis Cespedes right at 9 o'clock. I mean, at 4 o'clock, the deadline on July 31st in 2015. And they brought in Javi Baez at the last minute last year. They brought him in, I guess, the last half hour. So we got plenty of time here. I don't know why everybody's having this sort of panic. And everybody complained about, a lot of people complained about Daniel Vogelback when the Mets made the trade. Oh, he's terrible. He's overweight. He's got straight. The Mets are 7-0. The Mets are 7-0 since they brought him in here, and he looks like a fun guy in the dugout. He said more than hello in the chat. Hello, Kenneth. Hello, BChat28. Hello, Fantasy Sports Revolution. Hello, Hab Abreu. Hello, Radar Room. BChat28. You think the Mets will go through with Josh Bell? Well, we'll see. But it seems like he might be going to San Diego with the Nationals, with this whole big thing with Juan Soto. I'm sick of hearing about Juan Soto. Get the hell out of here. Enough already. Trade him. I'll give the Mets a good chance to sweep the they're probably going to sweep the Nationals tomorrow anyway. Tonight and tomorrow. Hold on, I need a drink. Glug, 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 glug. So please like this video if you haven't already, and subscribe to the Baseball Hut. I want to thank you all, of course, for coming here and subbing over the last week. Brought in tons of people. Brought in tons of views. The channel's been flooded with views. The other day, this channel brought in 23,000 views. So 23,000 people, or at least a bulk of about 23,000 times, came onto this channel to watch. 13,000 one other day, 10,000 another day. Today, so far, about almost 9,000 views. So I can't thank you enough. So it's been an awesome week. The wave came in, boy. It came in all right. But BChat28, JD Martinez doesn't seem like a good grade for a 35-year-old for a top 5 prospect. No, you do not trade a top 5 prospect for JD Martinez. Not at this age. He's just too old. He's just too old to bring in at this point in his career. For Mark Vientos. Yeah, 10 to 15 prospect. But at 35 years old, with a bad back, and the guy is not having a great year. He's having a good year, but in terms of his power numbers aren't there. It doesn't make any sense for the Mets to do that. And nobody should be upset with the way the trade deadline goes down. Okay, they're going to get bullpen help. That is really where we need to sort of criticize Epler. Because bullpens are very difficult to put together. And bullpens are very difficult to put together. And Epler's had a problem in the past with the Angels of not doing a good job. And this trade that he did for Castro for Rodriguez was not a good trade. As it turned out, I think everybody kind of recognized that at the time. Rodriguez has not pitched well for the Mets, and he's not pitched them much. I know that Buck brought him in last night, but he's only really pitched 3 times in the last 3 weeks. So they've sort of moved on from him. They want to get a better lefty out of there. Kenneth Flood, I prefer to move before I go to work. Well, you better call the Mets and tell them that, Um, that you're going to work, you need to know what's going on before you go to work. Kid 28, how you doing? What do you think of the move the Braves made so far? That move for Grossman makes no sense. I know the guy kills lefties, but it's very strange. Very, very strange move for them. They brought in Odorizzi. They brought in the pitch against the Mets. That's why they brought him in here. I don't know. The move seemed a little bit different than last year. We mentioned that it seems that Noah Syndergaard's probably going to get traded. We're hearing the Phillies, the Braves, the Yankees, the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays were pretty hot on him last night. My holy God, my holy king says, what time's the trade deadline now? I'm over. 6 p.m. So we got 9 hours to go. You got 9 hours to spend with me. I'm sorry. Of course, please subscribe in the meanwhile and like this video. Just looking at the phone, see anything updated. And again, we're going to find out before you know it, it'll be 6 o'clock. The Mets will have a lot of moves that are going to be made. They need bullpen help. That's certainly the one thing they need the most is some bullpen help to really finish off this trading deadline. Dom Smith is probably going to get moved. If Don doesn't get moved, he'll be kept in the minor leagues for the rest of the season. There's no reason to keep him here. There's no reason. I am not a proponent for this team to make a big splash. They kind of did that in the offseason. If we see anything of any kind of significance, maybe they go back to the Cubs. Maybe the Red Sox back off from this big prospect. But I really don't see them, making this sort of big splash that everybody talks about. They made a big splash in the offseason. That big splash pitched last night. The other big splash in terms of an acquisition happens tonight. DeGrom goes tonight. So I'm cool with the way the Mets have done things, to be honest with you. They brought in the manager I wanted. They brought in Scherzer, which I wanted. They brought in Marte, which I wanted. I tell you, Marte is tough late in the game. When he won that game the other day, last week, he had 11 walk-offs in his career. Amazing. That guy's more of a walk-off king than Wilmer Flores. That's possible. Yeah, Dom Smith will be gone. I mean, he will not be with this team after today. There's going to be a lot of moves today. I mean, there are so many players still out there that are going to be gone. The biggest move, obviously, yesterday was Josh Hader getting moved. Because nobody's really seen that. Because this team's been so involved with trades over trade proposals over the last 2 years that it was a little shocking that they finally made that deal. And the Red Sox, what the hell are the Red Sox doing? They buying, they selling. I don't know whether they're coming or going, the Red Sox. Let's go through this a little bit. It seems like the catcher for the Brewers is up. The Mets looked in on him. I would not make that deal. For Omar Narvaez, I would not do that for the Mets. He's not any good. I'd be more comfortable just sticking with what they have. Shohei Ohtani, he's not going anywhere. What they said. Hello, Stony 814. I had this the earliest I've been up for trade deadline show, and I see you're up early too. I would have been up earlier, but I had to do just a couple of little things here. I had to set myself up. I had to take care of the car for a second. I was going to come on at 8 o'clock. I'm glad I didn't come on at 8 o'clock. I was able to do this Josh Bell video. JD Martinez. One team has been eliminated with the Martinez thing. That is the Houston Astros. They picked up Trey Mancini, but the Brewers have not done anything. The Guardians have been very quiet. They've done nothing. I know what the Guardians are doing. They're another team that's in the middle. I mentioned this about the Brewers. David Stern should not be anywhere near New York. Considering he put out this statement about them making that trade, trading away Hayden for Rogers. That statement was so embarrassing. No team, specifically the Mets, should bring him in as president. He's a small-town guy. He is not a big city guy. He's a small city guy. The Mets should not bring him in under any circumstance to be president of this team. I'll mention a name that wouldn't be surprised if he came here, is Brian Cashman to be the Mets president after this season. People are talking about, well, the Yankees trade all these prospects for, Frankie Montas. Brian Cashman does not have a contract after this season. He's putting all his chips in thinking that he's not going to be back. That's a guy the Mets should put in as president. Epler would not have any problem listening to him. And I wouldn't have a problem if the Mets were to make him the team president. Because his hands he's sort of handcuffed there in the Bronx. Because there's things he wants to do, and he can't do it because of the fact that ownership won't spend the money like they used to spend the money. They limit themselves in terms of what they do. That's kind of why they did all these weird moves, before the trading deadline. But just wanted to mention that. Yeah, Stoney, I'm sick and tired of Juan Soto too. Let's move on. Let's move on. The guy's at the he's 23 years old. Who knows what he's gonna do in his career? He's not there yet. That's why I have a problem with trading 6 of your best prospects for him. I wouldn't do that. All right. Brandon Drury, he was mentioned late last night, you can see the thumbnail, with the Mets. He was mentioned late last night, by the way. And that's a name to keep an eye on today. If they don't get one of these other guys, that's a guy to keep an eye on. How about Brady? How about Omar Minaya for president? Are you crazy? You crazy? That's crazy. I don't think Omar wants. You can't bring in Omar to be president here. The fan base here would have a meltdown. They bring in like some Hispanic player. They'd be like, "Well, here we go, the Los Mets again." No. From John Heyman. The Padres and Nats are talking about a package of both Juan Soto and Josh Bell, and word is they are being aggressive. So, we'll see. Fantasy Sports Revolution says that Brandon Drury might be an upgrade over Escobar. He's got 20 homers. He does, but he's in a little ballpark. Keep that in mind. He did play well for the Mets last year. He did hit well for the Mets last year. So that is something that to keep in mind. So I don't know why they didn't bring him back up in September. I guess I don't know. They should have. Would have helped with their offense in September, that's for sure. The guy was hitting one, they sent them down. I was like, what are they doing? There's nothing for John Heyman. Future Hall of Fame, Zach Greinke probably could help someone, but the Royals had decided not to deal with him. He stays in Kansas City, but he also is building a home in Kansas City. From Neo Unrealist, looks like a honest industry where some of these GMs have signed aging DHs in the offseason to just flip for prospects at the trade deadline and fatten up their farm system. Well, not for nothing, you got, more teams. You have 15 more teams that use DH. So that makes sense, And it's funny, we all talked about how the Mets had a lot of talent there in the DH spot. And that's been like one of the worst situations for this team, for this lineup. Thunder is having a panic attack early in the morning. Nothing there overnight. Mets got to get to work. I think they've been working overnight. I think they've been working all night. I don't think that's an issue. I don't think that's an issue one bit. All right, what's this? This is from Anthony DeComo. Deadline day, bullpen help, particularly from the left side, appears to be the Mets' top priority heading into the 6 p.m. deadline. But a right-handed bat, perhaps a catcher, also remain possible. Of course, the biggest roster additions are already here. Jacob deGrom set to debut tonight. Fantasy Sports Revolution says Nelson Cruz could be a target, definitely a target. He's definitely getting traded somewhere. I don't think he's getting traded. I don't think that Nelson Cruz is getting traded. I don't think he has anything left. They were kind of saying it without saying it last night. I don't think that he's gonna get moved. I think he's staying where he's staying. To be honest with you. He's not going anywhere. I haven't heard any team Zap Zone. Are there any catchers beside Contreras available? Yes, there is. To be honest with you, there's a guy named Sean Murphy who is the catcher for the A's. And as you know, the Mets made a big trade with the A's in the offseason to get Chris Bassett. And not only that, but Sandy Olson was working for them for a couple of years. So he's seen this catcher. So there is a catcher, and he's a right-handed bat, by the way. And he's a little bit better than what they have. And he's got power. He's got 12 home runs this year. And he's a good defensive catcher. It's a gold glover, I think. You just take a quick peek. And, of course, please like this video if you haven't already. And subscribe to the Baseball Hut. And so Sean Murphy is a guy with the A's. He's got 12 home runs, 24 doubles, 41 RBI. That's a lot of doubles. That's a lot of extra base hits. 238 hitter, though. He's a Gold Glove winner. His OPS is 737. It's above average. 113, so he's 13% better than the average player. He's not a bad player. He is 27 years old. He has a lot of years on his contract. He's not free agent until 2026. So you got him for 23, 24, and 25. But the Mets pair him with Alvarez? Maybe. Going forward. Just check a couple of other things. Zapson, what would it take to get Murphy? I don't know. I don't know what the I don't know what the A's are looking for, and he might not get traded anyway. Like I say, they're not paying much money, but he is going to be arbitration eligible. Victor Vargas. Bell sold to Padre. They traded for Hayden. What are the Mets doing? LOL. I point out something. You don't need an all-star at every position to win a World Series. You don't have to do that. You don't have to give up you don't need an all-star at every position. I mean, what are the Padres doing out there? They're constantly making moves. They don't even need to make this move for Soto. Just have Tatis come back. They're just trying to make him. Sometimes these guys, these teams make moves just to make moves. There's no reason to do that. And that's what you guys think, that the Mets need to do this, and this. You have to make a move sometimes. Let's see what we got here. John Morrissey. I'm very confident Juan Soto will be traded today. And I said that about a moment ago, I guess, on MLB Network. Yeah, he's probably going to get moved. It seemed that way last night. You were watching the game that he thinks he's going to get moved. Which I don't have a problem with. You know, I mean, I'm tired of talking about that guy. Although the videos are very good. The neo-unrealist, the Hayden trade was insane. They trade one of the best closers of this season for Hayden. Both teams are in first place. Yeah, that trade still doesn't make any sense, and I think that I don't think that Rogers is as good as Hayden. Hayden's really good. You know, I think the Padres gotten awfully tough now with Hayden at the end of the game. Like I said last night, you know, the Mets went up against the Padres a few weeks ago, or last week or whatever, and I was not impressed with Rogers at all. I thought that the Mets could have beaten him. He's the kind of pitcher that would melt in a big spot, and it's kind of good that they moved him. You know, if they're serious about winning a World Series, he's not a guy that's going to do it for you. And I'll mention this about San Diego. There's never any pressure there in San Diego to win. Joe Musgrove signed a contract to stay there for 5 years. If Musgrove, and I've been thinking that the Mets should get Musgrove after this, after the season, but if he wants to stay in San Diego, God bless him. Let him stay there. There's no pressure there. No one ever asked themselves, why do they always have good relief pitching out there? There's no pressure out there. Why was Trevor Hoffman so good out there? There's no pressure. When Trevor Hoffman had to deal with any kind of pressure in the World Series and the All-Star game, the guy blew saves, you know. And Tony won the same thing. We all love Tony. You know, Tony's one of the great hitters of all time. But would he have had 3,000 hits and 8 batting titles? What are you screaming for, Stoney? What the hell, man? What are you screaming? I missed comments. Sorry. You think the Mets will get Drury? Drury or Drury? I don't know. Maybe. Victor Vargas says, this says Sandy Alls written over it in the trading deadline for the Mets. They picked up Yoenis Cespedes. From Victor, the Mets have Nito is not an everyday player. Mets need to win now. They're going to win 102 games with him behind the plate. They're going to win 102 games with him behind the plate. What more do you want? I've said this before. You don't need an all-star behind him at every position. You don't need that. And not for nothing, when they went to the World Series in 2015, who was the catcher? Travis d'Arnaud. It's terrible. Terrible. Don't you be screaming at me, Stoney. Stephen Bunting. What did you say? I don't know. Aaron Gandhi. This team is better than the 2015 team. Hello, Aaron. Neo Unrealist. I would actually, I need to write actually, just say I would prefer. I would prefer the Mets promote Mark Vientos, the Major League team. He'd be the right-handed platoon only against left-handed starting pitching, which you don't face that many anyway. I think he's an everyday player. I mean, he could be an everyday player. I want to see him more I don't think I saw him enough in spring training to get a good feel on him. But Alvarez, I already made my judgment on him. He can rake. He can hit. The Vientos, I want to see him a little bit. I didn't see him enough in spring training to get a real sense of how he is as a player on the field. But Victor Vargas says, bring up Alvarez. The minor league season now goes into September. A couple of things about Alvarez. He's not on the 40-man roster. And and he might not be ready yet. But they could call him up in September. But he's not on the 40-man. Vientos is on the 40-man roster. Hello, Thor. Good morning. Hello, Dookie Hauser. There's no need to apologize. Sorry, no need to apologize. I'm just joking around. People take me seriously. I don't know why. My family doesn't. That's for damn sure. And of course, please subscribe in the meanwhile and like this video. As we get closer to the deadline, we're now 9:20. So we're now 90 hours away from the deadline. No, not 90 hours. We're now how many hours? 8 hours and 39 minutes from the deadline. My room, this is not a room to respect. You can respect me, but don't respect the room. Now, I did do this painting, by the way. I did do that painting. This other painting. This painting I didn't do. This painting I did, by the way. But I need to improve the ambiance because I'm not happy with this other background. It sucks. Yeah, I'm not happy with this background. This green screen background sucks. So that's got to get changed going forward. Trap the price says put some jerseys on. That's lame. It's not a clothing store. I'm not working in a department store. Not doing that. I actually have a kind of a smallish kind of pennant collection, but I can't put it in this room. This is a family room, so I can't do it in here. But at some point, you'll get the chance to see all my pennants. I have like about eight or nine pennants that are pretty cool. They go from like championship pennants to Mr. Met pennant. I got a believe it or not, Syndergaard pennant. I got a patriotic pennant. I got a Pete Alonso winning the first home run derby pennant. That I'd like to have as the background. Shea Stadium painting. I can't put it in here. I can't do it here. Plus, I'm kind of sitting on an angle in the room, so that's why it looks like this. See, get sort of going this way. So, I'm not too. I'm not too happy the way this looks, and that's why last night I was off camera. So I could be off camera, no problem. I take my hat off. I change my hat. Come back with a different hat on, confuse everybody, a different hat on. I really don't want to have to get crazy with the background right now because it was getting a little frustrating. I'd be talking and then I disappear, Okay. Here's from Andy Martino. 1-0 on the Cubs. If the Padres get Soto and/or Bell, the Mets would seem to have pretty good leverage on Contreras all of a sudden. No traction on the Mets-Cubs last night. Last year, Cubs liked Mets pitching prospect Matt Allen and not and not a lot else in their system. So obviously they don't like Vientos, which is fine. Matt Allen is a pitcher that they drafted. But the thing about Matt Allen is he's had Tommy John surgeries. He's another guy. Another guy who's hurt all the time. So Neil Unreal's other move I have never heard is promoting reliever Bryce Montas de Oca from AAA. That dude's fastball tops out at 102, and he's had a good season. He's 26 and may be ripe for the picking. Never heard of him. And they don't talk about him on the fact that you've never heard it, and they didn't talk about him on the broadcast with the Mets. It's not a guy you want to have. Another guy here. That's weak. Holly Green. The Mets have a chance for Contreras. Maybe. But, they're not too enamored with the Met prospects. Rate change. They need to make a few moves today. Okay. I think they will. It's early. It's early so far. It's about Mancini. Just about him as a player. Of course, please subscribe to this channel and like this video. We're going to be going for a while. There's a good possibility you'll see me here all day. Now, I'm going to take a lunch break in a little while, probably around 12:30, 12:15, 12:30, and I'm going to stay on. And, but I'm going to have my lunch. So I'll be on with you when I'm having my lunch. But I won't eat on camera. I won't do that. Thor, do you watch Woody or Rob? Other Mets channel? Not really. Not really. I watch more of the general channels. I watch Ballcast Sports. I watch Robbie Hyde. I don't watch their shows. Because Woody Woody is good and Rob is good, but I don't feel like it's just not my thing. I like to sort of do my own thing, and I know they watch. That I do know. I know they do. But I just don't have time all the time to watch everybody's shows. Let's see here. It's more kissy articles on the Yankees. How are they going to solve the problem of hitting the Astros? They can't. From Peter. What's up, Put? Have we heard anything yet? Nothing yet. It's only 9:30. It's only 9:30. I need some more stuff. What's going on now? Oh my God. Anthony Tacoma. Wow, there are a lot of disgruntled people on my timeline this morning. Furious at the Mets for not doing things that they haven't not done yet. I know. Mets haven't done anything yet. Everybody's mad. We're not at the 6 p.m. deadline yet. And everybody's pissed off. I've noticed the sort of disgruntledness over the last couple of days. A lot of disgruntled people online, just to begin with anyway. But they're very disgruntled the last couple of days. That's for damn sure. Very, very disgruntled. The team has won 100. I was going to win 100. They had 28 games over 500. And so many people are disgruntled. So many people pissed off. They want all-stars in every position. You can't have all-stars at every position. It's impossible. Fantasy Sports Revolution is so early. A lot of trades come down to the wire. Absolutely. And that's what we're going to get. We're going to get a lot of trades late. We're going to get a lot of trades late, the last few minutes. It's all going to come flying in. What time does Soto go? I think he'll be gone before that. I think by 4 o'clock, Juan Soto will be traded. You know, I think he'll be traded before that. An irresistible chicken sandwich. I still have faith in Apple, even though they brought in Scherzer, and they're in first place. And even if the Padres had the big three for their lineup with Josh Bell, I still don't see them besting the Dodgers. Sony 814. No, it is not 636. Ray Cheney, who's negative Nelly here, thinks that the Soto stays. I don't think so. You can't keep him. Yeah, this deal, I don't understand this deal that the Braves made for Odorizzi. They traded Will Smith, who was their closer last year, to Houston, and they picked up Odorizzi. I don't understand that deal. Well, teams, I mean, not nothing, unrealistic. Teams are gonna cave, especially when they get closer to the end. They're just playing hardball because they think are gonna, they're not gonna. The Mets aren't gonna back down. I mean, we've seen with Sandy, he will wait till the last minute. We don't know how Eppler's gonna be, but if Eppler's, the kind of guy that has that doesn't blink, they should be able to get somebody without having to give up much. I'm not talking about, Hall of Famers and Contreras and Martinez. Martinez is at the end of, not the end of his career, but he isn't what he was. And Contreras is 30 years old as a catcher. There's not much left in terms of productivity. From Thor, are you still seeing the Cardinals for Soto? Yes. Yeah, I mean, exactly right. It's exactly what the Mets need. They're not talking about Hall of Famers here. I said this in my Josh Bell video this morning. Then '86, they at the end of when they came close to making moves going forward, all they did was bring in Lee Mazzilli. That's all they did. He was just a pinch hitter, a guy that filled in on the margins. And look at how big of a postseason he had. Look how big of a World Series he had. Had a lot of big hits in that World Series, especially late in that World Series, in Game 6 and 7. So it's a it's not a situation. It's not a situation where you have. They don't need to make a big move here. They don't need to bring in potential Hall of Famers. Like the thing with Soto, it didn't make any sense to them. It's just on a practical standpoint. You didn't need to break up your whole entire farm system for one guy, especially if you're so close to winning a World Series. Aaron Gandhi says, Vogel back is very good. Relax. The guy's been a 200 hitter most of his career. Okay, he's a guy who gets on base a lot. He'll hit for power, but he's okay. He's an improvement over Dom Smith. From Dookie. Still think this is more than enough for Martinez, Dom Smith, and Khalil Lee. Well, I think you can justify Khalil Lee to the Red Sox base because he's the Mets' 7th best prospect, I think, 7th or 8th. So you can kind of get away with that. He needs to play every day. Is he going to be able to play every day up there? His bat's a little behind, to be honest with you. But I know they like Dom Smith a lot. I think that could get it done. You would probably have to throw another player in there, probably a pitcher, some middling guy, some middle prospect, or a guy maybe prospect 15 to 25. Ethan KL. Martinez just mentioned the Cubs like Matt Allen, Mets pitching prospect. I know that he's a top pitching prospect. He's rehabbing Tommy John and no idea what he will be once he gets back. Well, he was a high draft pick. That was during Brody's time here. I think in 2019 they drafted him. He was behind Brett Beatty. He's got to be, 21 years old now? So he's got to start moving as a player. Aaron, he mentions Suzuki. Now, Suzuki has had a lot of traction over the last couple of days. His name's been mentioned a lot. Ain't it cool? You think the Mets will hold the East? Yeah, why not? They have so far. Noah says Lee and Smith need to play every day. Well, I've seen enough of Dom Smith. He has had 1,300 at-bats in the majors. I know what he is. It's not very good. That's who Dom Smith is. 240 hitter, 46 home runs over 1,300 at-bats. That's who Dom Smith is. He's not good. It sucks. He stinks. He's not good. You know what I mean? He's not good. So that's not somebody I like. Neo Unreal says, Don needs a change of scenery. He's never going to work out here. He never was going to work out here. He was a guy that was never going to work out here because of Pete Alonso. But even so, he played every day last year, and he was terrible. He was terrible. From Bob Nightingale. The way the Padres view it, if they indeed land Soto, surrendering their most prized prospect, they still have the ability to recoup a significant part of their investment. They can still trade Soto again before he's a free agent in 2024 and get coveted prospects back. This thing with Soto is crazy. It's effing crazy. That's absolutely crazy. And seeing as how the Padres are, they would do that. They would flip them. Who cares if Dom's a happy camper? Who cares? I don't care. He's been terrible. He's been terrible for 2 years. And if you take out the 50 games in 2020 and the 80-something games that he played in 2019, he's been a terrible baseball player. I'm sorry. Nobody wants to hear anyone say that. I'll say it. He's terrible. He's got a slow bat. He's just not any good. And he needs to go to a small market. Let him go. Oakland's perfect for him. Oakland's perfect for Don. There's no pressure there. They certainly need a first baseman after they traded Matt Olson. Let him play there for you. Let him get his value up, and they'll flip him. They'll trade him. They'll trade him over there. Now, please like this video, of course, and subscribe. Want to participate in the chat? Just subscribe, and you come in and say hello to me. Yeah, that's another thing about the Mets. They don't need an impact player to win the World Series, but they're getting an impact player tonight, and Jacob deGrom. I think to tear apart your farm system, Soto on a whim with no plan makes no sense unless you are one impact player away from going to a World Series. Who is that team in MLB? I don't think it's anybody, because the Dodgers can get to the World Series without him. The Mets can get to the World Series without him. The Yankees. The Braves certainly can. They don't need him. Now, the Padres might be a team that probably, could use him. To be honest with you. All right, here's from Jim Bowden. On a potential deal between the Nationals and the Padres actually goes down. The Nationals' return is expected to be centered around shortstop C.J. Abrams. We saw him in New York a couple weeks ago. Outfielder Robert Hassel III, left-handed pitcher Adrian Morjon, and at least two others in the transaction, with Josh Bell being included, with Soto going the other way. Okay. Whatever. I mean, I'm tired of this thing with Soto. I mean, the one good thing about Soto is it got everybody talking about things, big players in the trading deadline. But I'm tired of talking about it. It's like enough already. Just trade him already. Now Rizzo trying to get every prospect out of a team. It's like enough already. Tired of talking about the guy. It's time to move on. I mean, if you think about all the big teams, the Mets, Astros don't need him. The Yankees don't need him. The Dodgers don't need him. The Padres don't really need him. They've played really well. The Braves, all these big teams. I mean, why do they need a guy like Soto when they're very close and doesn't fill a need? Ethan K.O. Even if the Padres get him, can they even extend him long term for a deal he wants? Who knows? Maybe that he'd help the Cardinals, long term, but unrealistic. I think the Soto thing is what's clogging up the deadline trades. This has been a light trade deadline so far on a number of trades. I think the extra team. Hey, there's Bobby Bonilla on TV. Hey, Bobby. Getting the Bob Clappers. Make your move. Make your move, Bobby. Well, Bobby. Yeah. But anyway, I think the extra teams for postseason is probably the biggest reason why we've seen very little movement, to be honest with you. Sorry about that little distraction. You don't normally see Bobby Bonilla threatening people in the clubhouse. Oh, those were the days, folks, when the Mets were bad. Oh, like everybody's panicked about the Mets. I had a guy complain to me that I said the Orioles were bad in one of my Mancini videos, and he's like, the Mets are bad too. I'm like, wait a minute. Mets haven't lost 100 games in 30 years. Hold on, I need a drink. But let's see. Xander Bogaerts isn't going anywhere. He's had a pretty good year. A very strange team. You're absolutely right, Thor. Thor is right. Soto is not Superman. That's a damn sure. I mean, the Hayden deal was pretty big. I mean, that's about as big of a deal as you're going to get. I mean, everybody knew that Montas and Castillo was going to get moved. But nobody knew that Hayden was going to get moved at this time. Neil Unrealist, I doubt Soto signs wherever he lands. In 2 years, he will break the bank with $500 million and a $10 million deal. His agent would rather have all baseball bidding than negotiating with one team. I agree with you on that. Absolutely agree with you on that. He will play out that contract and want all the teams, and the Mets will be one of the teams bid. See, that's a different story. The Mets will be bidding on Soto. That's a different story. It's all about the money at that point. That's why whatever team Soto goes to, even if Soto plays there and gets moved, he's going to free agency. He's going to get moved again. If he gets moved again, the Mets are going to be wanting to sign him. That I can guarantee you. 2 years from now, Marte is going to get close to being a free agent. He'll be in the last year of his free agency, maybe the last year. At that point, he might be a DH at that point. So there's a possibility There's a possibility that he could be a Met. But beat Chad 28. You think this offseason Judge will stay with the Yankees? Let me put that up. It's a great question. I was thinking most of the season that he was not going to stay, but now I'm starting to think that that he was going to leave. Now I'm starting to think that he might stay. I think he's going to stay with the. I think he's going to stay with the Yankees. I know the Mets would be very interested in him. I think the Mets would be extremely interested in signing him. But you want to? I mean, the Mets going to do that? Pete Harrington. Hello, Pete. Teams better start. Teams better start looking past Soto because I don't think he's going anywhere, and teams will miss out on guys. Oh, he's getting moved. And the teams that we're talking about that aren't going to get him, the Mets weren't going to make a move for him. The Braves aren't. You're a Braves fan, I'm assuming. The Braves aren't doing that. No, Soto's on a totally different level for teams. I mean, if here's the thing, I am not the biggest Aaron Judge fan. He's having a career year. He's had a sort of a career where he's always hurt. I would be very careful signing him if you're another team. I am not a fan of him. I just don't like the way he plays. I think he strikes out way too much for me. I know he's a big home run hitter, but he's having a career year. I think we're seeing the best of Aaron Judge. He's 30 years old. How much better is he going to get? How is he going to sustain that kind of performance? Is he going to do this next year? I don't know. Timothy Hansen. Oh, Timothy. What's the status with J.D. Martinez? Well, he's still a Red Sox. Oh, you can hear that construction? Oh, man. Where I am, there's construction every day. It's actually quiet today. It's very quiet today. Told you, I live in the city. From Neo Unrealist. That's the thing. Do you, as the Mets and the Dodgers, bid on Judge, not with the intent of getting him, but crippling the Yankees' payroll? It doesn't work like that. No teams don't do that. I don't know. I mean, that doesn't make sense. Teams don't really do that. From Matthew. Oh, Matthew, good morning. Why were the Mets about to trade for Tommy Pham? Doesn't make sense. Well, they didn't make the trade. They just sort of mentioned, it was a rumor last night. That wouldn't have made sense for the Mets anyway. That was a surprising thing that popped up, right before he got traded. And then people didn't know who the team was. It was just a very strange sort of thing that happened late in the afternoon. You see. Neo and Real says, if the Mets traded for Tommy Pham, I would have thrown something. Let me tell you something. I looked at his numbers. His postseason numbers are awesome. Do not poo-poo that guy. The guy has hit 352 in postseason. I was sort of on the same wavelength of you as you, but when I went onto Baseball Reference and I saw his numbers, the guy has hit 352 in postseason. So it wasn't like, so don't be, some players you bring in because they're good in postseason. He's one of them. Kiki Hernandez is another. So, you want to bring in guys that that can handle the pressure. That guy clearly can handle the pressure of being in postseason. You know. So I kind of changed my attitude pretty quickly when it came to Pham. Rael Esteban, what are your reactions on the Frankie Montas trade? Well, obviously obviously the Yankees had to pivot after losing Luis Castillo. I know that the Yankee fans were pissed off that they didn't pick up Castillo because all the Yankee fans wanted Castillo because he pitched at Yankee Stadium, he pitched well, and I think he thought he was going to go there, but they were really super pissed. And the Yankees were in on Montas. It's a good trade for the Yankees. He's a number 3 starter for them, and he's really a number 3 starter on most teams. I mean, when he was with the A's and they had Bassett there, he was their number 3 starter, and Bassett was their number 1 starter. The A's actually made out pretty good. The A's don't get out. The birds are going. They don't get out Foxen trades, so they got like the Yankees' best pitching prospect for him. The Benintendi trade, they basically just ripped off the Royals. You know. From John Morrissey, in the Juan Soto sweepstakes, sources say 3 finalists remain. It's just further confirmation. The Padres, the Cardinals, and the Dodgers. The Blue Jays inquired in July, but are not actively discussing Soto. What the hell? Shut up, birds. They're probably telling me to shut up. You've been talking for an hour. Shut up. Damn birds. Yeah, I don't think Vogelback is going anywhere. They're going to try to get another bat here that's a right-handed bat. Beach at 28. If you were on the Mets, who would you go for today? I think Brandon Drury. I would go after him. He's not going to cost a lot, and the Mets don't need a big bat here. I actually was very disappointed the Mets did not bring him back in September last year because he really played really well and hit really well when he was here. So that's the guy I want here. It's not going to cost a lot. I think he's viable as a hitter. I don't have to worry about any injuries. He's not 35 years old. He's playing really well. He wants to have a big contract. You could play him at third. You can DH him a little bit. You can play in the outfield a little bit. First base, second base. He gives the flexibility that Epler really likes. I really like him. They need a left-handed reliever. I would really like it if they got themselves Andrew Chafin. I was annoyed they did not sign him in the offseason. It was a shock that they lost him to the Tigers. And as you've seen, the Tigers are just dreadful. Also, I'd like to see him get a right-handed reliever. David Robertson is somebody I'd like to get. I've been talking about him for a few weeks, if not a month and a half. He's a perfect guy for this team. He's been to New York. He's been successful here. He's been part of the World Series team here with the Yankees. He's been a closer here. He's been a setup man here. And obviously, Epler knows him from when he was with the Yankees. I just think about Drury. You can play him. You can kind of play him every day if you have to, in a pinch. Also, I would like to see them get a catcher in here. If they can pull off a Contreras deal, do it. But be careful. You don't want to give up much. Hello, Mothman Evolved. From John Heyman. Padres look like they're in front for Soto and Bell at the moment. But a word of caution, they appear to be in the lead for Scherzer a year ago before the Dodgers swooped in and landed both Scherzer in turn. They got a good relationship with the Nationals. And they always have a big farm system. Always. Mothman Evolved. How the hell do these teams give up trash and get good quality back, especially the Yankees? Well, the thing about the Yankees trade with the A's is they gave up their best pitching prospect for him, which seems kind of an overpay, but they also, they gave some other prospects, but that seemed to be an because the A's aren't going to get snookered. And like I said earlier, the Royals got snookered when they didn't get more for Benintendi. They got just guys that are not going to be in the major leagues. And if they are, they'll be middle relievers at best. This is like the Bird Show today. This is like the Bird Show today. What was I going to look at? It's something about Adley Rutschman, who got called up by the Orioles. I know nobody's interested in this, but I like stuff like this. This is from Nathan Ruiz. This is retweeted by Buster Only. Adley Rutschman ranks first among catchers with at least 100 plate appearances in each of the following. Now, he was the number one prospect behind the plate up until recently. Fangraphs wins above replacement 2.4, on-base percentage 393, OPS 932, walk percentage 12.9%, 19 doubles. Amazing. 24 extra base hits. Line drive percentage 26.3. Win probability added 1.93. He's really made a difference down there. Yeah, it's like the Bird Stream, man. This is like the Bird Stream. The two of them pain in the ass. It's the green one. And the green one's looking right at me. So he's basically telling me to shut up at this point. Mothman Evolved. Your birds are given a subscribe now and follow the hub. I mean, Mothman Evolved. The rumors the Cubs demanded the Mets' top 3 prospects, but Wilson Contreras. Get the hell out of here. They're not getting any. They're not even getting the Vientos with that. Get out of here. That's crazy. They got nerve. They got balls, man. The ask for that. Would not do that. Glad the Mets are smart enough not to do that. That would not be a good move. That's a bad move. That's for damn sure. What the hell's going on over here? They're having a little too much fun over there. KT Rub's asking, the Birds are tired of hearing about these strikes. Absolutely. They've been dealing with it for like the last 2-3 days. I think they kind of. And the green one, he's looking right at me. I got a green one and a blue one. And the green one's looking right at me. I'm not opening up the window. If it gets hot up here, I'll turn the air conditioner back on. Not Zay. Are we trading for Ohtani? No, he's not getting traded anywhere. He's not being moved anywhere under any circumstances. Because the Angels can't afford to move him with Mike Trout having been put on the IL. So that's not happening. Sorry. Sorry if you wanted him. That's not happening. Now the blue one's eating. Let's see what's going on. I gotta check on them in a little bit. I'll check on them after all this. Not Zay. Are we trading for somebody? Are we trading for somebody? Why are you shouting? Don't be screaming. Yes, we are trading for bullpen help. And maybe a DH type. Thank you. The Grom back too. I know. Absolutely. Me being a wise ass. Of course, please subscribe to the channel. You're not going to see this on these other Met channels. That's for damn sure. Mothman Evolved. Rob, the YouTuber who I respect tremendously, said we are prospect hugging. I disagree with him. We wanted to keep Vientos. Not knocking Rob. He's a great Mets streamer, but no way I'm trading him for no. You don't do that. We're not talking about Hall of Fame players. We're not talking about guys that are, well, maybe, Contreras is a 3-time All-Star. But he's not Gary Carter. And he's certainly not Mike Piazza. You're talking about Contreras. The thing about Contreras in particular, Contreras is only going to be here 2 months. They had this big. If the Mets did not have Alvarez, my attitude about him would be extremely different at this point. It would be extremely different at this point. He's a major prospect. He's the number one prospect in baseball. You do not trade somebody like Alvarez. I mean, somebody like Vientos for Contreras, who's 30 years old. He's a catcher. He doesn't play every day. He plays, 5 to 6 days a week. You can't play him every day. Anad Narb says, you said early Musgrove was going to the Mets at the end of the year. Sorry to tell you, I know he signed the contract with the Padres. I didn't say at the end. I said after the season. I did not know he was going to have. He had these contract negotiations. Okay, I'm not out in California. From Nadze, don't trade the young for the old. From Thor, thoughts on DeGrom tonight? DeGrom is going to pitch tonight. That's my thoughts on him. He's going to throw like 75 pitches. They kind of indicated that he might not pitch every 5 days. So he might not pitch on Sunday against the Braves. Here's from John Morrissey. The Blue Jays have interest in Ian Happ, whose ability to play center field is valuable in light of George Springer's recent injury. What kind of injury did he have now? I do have Ian Happ going to the Blue Jays here. I have a whole bunch of teams with him. But Ian Happ got Milwaukee. I don't think Milwaukee's doing anything big. Not after this trade they made. That's embarrassment, that trade they made. Milwaukee, San Diego, St. Louis, Toronto, Atlanta, and the Dodgers. I don't think Milwaukee's an embarrassment after making that move and then basically making fools of themselves with this stupid statement that David Stern said. Hey, what's up now? The hell's going on now? Oh, this is just a stupid thing with the Braves. F the Braves. Fuck the Braves. Fuck the Braves and the horse they rode in on. Quite frankly, enough of this. I got so much going on here. At least I think the birds finally shut up. All right, let's see what we got here. Neo Unreals. Don't forget Jet Williams, who was 18 years old. Hello, Mothman. Yes, I like this. This is a good comment. I would say, guys, if you haven't, please subscribe for the latest in Mets news. Trade rumors down to the deadline. It's hot all day. Be part LF. The movement. Be part of the baseball hut. Thank you. I said thank you. Thank you, Mothman. This is insanity. I'm losing it now. This is what happens when you do 6.5 hours of. This is what happens when you do 6.5 hours of streaming, and you still have another 8 hours to go. By the way, I don't think I need my microphone today. I'm sorry. I'm not worried about Jet Williams. Jet Williams is way down the line. He's 3 years away. So I'm not worried about I mean, Jet Williams. Who the hell cares about Jet Williams at this point? He hasn't started his career yet. Kid 28 worrying about my lunch break. Lunch break will be later, but I'm not going to go off camera. I'm not shutting the stream off. I will be on as long as I can. I'll just go off camera, go in the other room, make my lunch, come back. I won't be on camera. You won't see me eating my lunch here. I'll talk to you, but you won't hear me munching away at my tuna fish sandwich that I'm going to make in a little bit. Very late lunch today. Now, please like this video and subscribe to the Baseball Hut. Hold on, I need a drink. From Thor, the Braves still scare me big time. Well, maybe. We'll see. Let's see. Just writing this. Somebody wrote to me. Sometimes I feel like when I do my videos on here that I'm providing therapy for Mets fans. Sometimes I feel like that at times. Ethan K says, Ethan KL says, get the birds of lunch to you. I'm not doing that. They're not those kind. They're too little for that. They're not hawks. They're not falcons. They're parakeets. They're little. They're not big birds. You know, if I had gotten them a little bit younger, probably could have trained them to talk. You know, to be honest with you. But I got them at Petco. Let's see. Fantasy Sports Revolution. Nick Pluma, Buto. It's Jose Buto. Dominic Smith should be able to get JD Martinez. Who knows? Who knows what the hell the Red Sox are doing? Their general manager runs that team like he's in Tampa Bay still. Total embarrassment up there. I don't live in Manhattan. So I'm not in Manhattan. I don't live in Manhattan. I do live in one of the boroughs. But if you live in Manhattan, don't live in Manhattan. The place you don't want to live in is Staten Island and Manhattan. And the Bronx, the South Bronx. And I'm talking about the Cubs here. Some of the players are going to get moved. Contreras, Happ, David Robertson, and Michael Givens. Haven't heard much of Michael Givens. Wonder where he's going to go. Interestingly enough. Let's see here. See what the hell's going on here now. Yeah, please. It's not a big deal. So again, please subscribe to the channel. Like this video if you haven't already, and of course, Thor. Any other pets? I used to have a dog, but she got kind of old. I had to sort of put her down a couple months ago. I did have a dog for a long time. Used to be called the comic, but no more. May she rest in peace. Ross W. Hall. I'd like to see us get Martinez as the righty DH and two relievers, Fulmer or Robertson, and lefty Chafin. I have no interest in Contreras for us. Okay. I see no problems with any of that. I have no problems with that. I mean, you know, you're not going to get a lot of offense behind the plate. You know. And for Martinez, I mean, I would not give up a lot for him. Especially if he has this problem with the back. and former. I've not seen him enough over the last few years to see to have an idea about him. But Chafin obviously is a quality lefty. Let's need to get him, and he's having a good year. Neo Unreal says I wouldn't mind lefty Matt Moore from Texas. Haven't heard anything with him. Haven't heard anything with him, by the way. Been very quiet with him. I don't see the Rangers doing anything. What's this? From Ken Rosenthal, Raisin mix along with the Mets for Cubs. Wilson Contreras sources tell the Athletic possible fallback from Padres too if San Diego does not land Soto. Now I've been talking about Contreras with Tampa Bay and San Diego for the last few days. Tampa Bay lost their catcher, Mike Zunino. He got that thoracic outlet syndrome, so he is not he's not viable. Now, so they're desperate for a catcher. So I could see them getting a catcher before all said and done. Keep an eye on Sean Murphy. I put the Tampa Bay Rays there as a landing spot for Murphy. Also hearing Tyler Malley to the Phillies. I heard that before. The Phillies and Minnesota. That was sort of what happened earlier. And Minnesota. Minnesota's going to get another starter down there, I think. So don't be shocked if Noah Syndergaard gets traded to the Phillies. It is now a little after 10, so we got like a little under 7. We got 6 hours. 7 hours and 48 minutes to the trade deadline. So we're getting close to lunchtime. That's all I care about, along with the Mets. But yeah, it seems like Noah's going to get moved. The Angels are so bad. All right, this is from Jason Stark. The Phillies, I believe, they have Syndergaard at the top of their list as they seek rotation upgrades. The Phillies are so bad. The Phillies are such a strange team. They can't catch a ball. Their bullpen is like the Mets bullpen has been. Well, it's better than it was, but it's like the Mets bullpen of the last 10 years. So they've actually improved in that, but not much. Neil Unreal say Josh Bell trade would be funny. Mets versus Washington starts at the trade deadline. Bell would be crossing the field to the Mets dugout. No. The Mets game comes on at 7. The trade deadline's at 6. So that's not happening. Fantasy Sports Revolution. You think Loop is a possibility for the Mets? I don't know. I don't know how he was in that clubhouse. So I don't know if that's something you want to bring in. I don't know if you want to bring him in, to be honest with you. Mets have a good clubhouse now. So I don't know if the Mets want to do that. Let's see here. Some John Heyman. Diamondbacks have determined Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly aren't going anywhere. They've gotten a few nibbles on October stalwart Mad Bum, but nothing serious. I'd stay away from Madison Bumgarner because of that bad contract. More fan involved. I thought we got Tommy Pham. I was going to be so pissed off if he is so damn toxic. Let me tell you something about Tommy Pham. That guy is a gamer. You want him on your team. That guy rakes in the postseason. So don't punching teammates starting. He didn't punch a teammate. He punched an opposing player. He punched Jock Peterson in the face, who was playing for the Giants, over some fantasy football. Yeah, the player that was traded from one team went to the other team was Christian Vasquez yesterday. So different story there. Now, please, of course, like this video if you haven't already. If you have to look at it, when a guy is not signed by a team and he's pretty good, there has to be a reason why. Exactly. Loop is a guy that he pitched great, but let's let him walk. Hasn't been a reason. So that's why I'm not going to go worrying about if they don't bring him back. And relievers are weird anyway. You know, they 1 year they're good, the next minute they're terrible. Now what the hell is this? John Heyman. Philly is on Noah Syndergaard alone with the Jays. Doors right up Dave Dombrowski's alley, whatever that means. This is from somebody writing. His name's Michael Marino. Follow him a little bit. This is about Contreras. Can confirm these are the two main teams in on Wilson. Mets love Wilson. Don't love the price tag right now. These things are fluid, and Martinez says they like Matt Allen. Internal projections for Allen vary, so that could be a match in the pack. Only time will tell. Hey, if no one goes to the Phillies, whatever. Hope he doesn't duck the Mets like he did a couple of months ago. You wouldn't be able to duck the Mets again. There's no other reason to call that other than ducking. Morph Man involved. Would you give up Matt Allen? Yes, I would. Absolutely. The guy is coming off of Tommy John surgery. He is a top prospect, but he has been injured already. So I would definitely think about trading him. I have no problem trading him. You know, I've said this before. The Mets need offense. They need offensive players moving forward. So that is a guy I would not have a problem. I would not have any problem with the Mets doing that. And you're giving up a big prospect. The guy was a number 2 pick, a number 1 pick, or a number 1 pick a couple years back. So you can justify moving him. He's a top, six prospect? I have no problem with him. Matt Allen for Wilson and Robertson. Don Smith would have to go in that move. I mean, they'd have to go in that trade because there's no room here for Dom. The Cubs like Dom. That's not really conducive to me. Don can't stay here. So Matt Allen, Dom Smith for Contreras and Robertson. Maybe you'd have to throw in another player to make this work. Maybe a top 20 pick. A top 20 prospect for the Mets. That I would do that. Neo says, I'm done waiting for Matt Allen. He hasn't pitched in 2 years? Well, they didn't pitch in 2020. And he was hurt with Tommy John. You know. Yeah, I wouldn't get crazy. I mean, really, I think that could get that done. Aaron says McCann and Nito would be traded for Wilson. I'd have a big problem. I'd have issues with Nito getting traded. You know. But then again, are they going to take on McCann's contract? They'd have a catcher for 2 more years. So they wouldn't have to worry about him. And I think I don't think he can handle it here. Plus, he just can't hit. He's just a backup. James McCann is just a backup. That's overpaid for him. They should have brought in Realmuto. I don't like talking about what ifs, but I wouldn't have brought in Realmuto looking back on it. Well, Matt Allen's considered a very good prospect. So I don't think any team would have an issue with So, let's see anything updated. Andy Martinez. Rays definitely on Contreras, as Ken Rosenthal reported, along with the Padres and Mets. Tampa Bay needs a catcher, right? Keep an eye on the Rays with Contreras. I'm not really a big fan of Contreras, to be honest with you. But if the Rays are interested, they'll probably squeeze something out of him. To be honest with you. Yeah, the McCann contract was not a good contract. Looking back on it, the Mets tried to justify him having a good year in 2020, but he's just not an everyday player. He's just not an everyday player. That's the problem. That's the problem with him. KTU Rob says it's time to part ways with Dominic Smith and get rid of them. Enough is enough with this guy. He sucks, and anybody wants to keep him as a jacket. Well, that's a little harsh. That is a little harsh. Dom fooled a lot of people because he had that big 2020. But he only played 50 games. You don't judge players on 50 game spans. All right, let me go through some of these arms that are still available. Real quick. Pablo Lopez, who pitched against the Mets the other day, was terrible. Mel Kelly's off the market. Tyler Malley's still out there. I've heard the Phillies and the and Minnesota. Noah's out there. Madison Bumgarner's not moving anywhere. Paul Blackburn. Who have I seen mentioned with him? I've heard St. Louis, the Giants, and the Phillies. Hello, Karaoke Buzz. How are you? From Fantasy Sports Revolution. Would you trade Dom for Chafin? Yes. Yes. I don't think they would want Dom, to be honest with you. But I think that that's kind of what you'd want. But is his value enough for a really good reliever? I don't know if his value is even that right now. Neo Unrealist. Dom's not a bad guy. Send him to a bad team in a small, mid-sized market where he'd have no pressure and can play first base without a all-star blocking him. I agree with that. I mean, I think that's the problem with Dom to a certain degree. But like I said, I don't like Dom. I'm not a big fan of Dom Smith. I never was. I've seen enough of him. Seen 1,300 at-bats of him. 1,300 too many. Karaoke Buzz. The waiting is killing me. I actually couldn't sleep last night. Oh, my God. Take Dramamine, man. Take some Dramamine. You'll feel a lot better. I can't wait till this is over. I can get tonight I can rest up tonight, There's not going to be a stream after the Met game. So, because there's no stream tonight, I'm just going to sort of chill out tonight. Maybe there's a stream tomorrow, maybe, in the morning. I'll see what I feel like doing. But after all said and done, it's going to be interesting to see where everything goes. You said I slept like 3 hours, definitely because of the trade deadline. Huh? Don't lose sleep over it. The Mets are, 28 games over 500. By the way, Mets are in great shape. All right, let me go run through the list of names here quick. Juan Soto. It seems like the Padres have taken a lead on him. And as you know, if you don't know, Josh Bell might be going in that trade. The Dodgers are in on it, and the Cardinals are in on it. I wish he was going to the American League. Show your time. Show me the money. Shohei Ohtani, he's not going anywhere. They said that. He's not going anywhere. JD Martinez. It seems like his price tag from the Mets hasn't gone down. But the Brewers are in on him, which I don't think the Brewers are doing any more moves this trade deadline. I think they have finished. I don't think the Guardians are not going to move anybody. They don't get snookered in any deals either. KT Rob, I'm not going to read that. Don Smith by himself is not getting us anybody. You have to throw in somebody with right. I don't think that could be enough. I would do that with Javen, but that's not going to be enough. Josh Bell, I guess I'll put down San Diego as a team for him. I did a video earlier about him coming to the Mets since Houston made the deal with Mancini. Brandon Drury was mentioned last night about the Mets. I've heard the Dodgers, the Braves, and the Mariners with him. Contreras, the Mets and the Rays seem to be the two teams now. Obviously, Houston's off the board because of the fact that they picked up Vasquez. Ian Happ, Milwaukee, San Diego. I don't think he'll go to San Diego if they pick up Soto or Contreras. St. Louis, I don't see the Cubs making any kind of trades with St. Louis. I put them down anyway. Atlanta, I can see him going to Atlanta. And the Dodgers. Ian Happ is like this year's version of Ben Zobrist. I can see that. Jorge Lopez. Any team that likes him, don't make a trade for him. He's the kind of guy that gets GMs fired. He's the kind of guy that blows up in a postseason. Mets should be nowhere near him. American Mafia meeting. What about Nelson Cruz? Nelson Cruz? F Nelson Cruz. No. Nelson Cruz will be, I think, staying with the Nationals. I don't think he's going anywhere. I think that he's not what he used to be, and I don't think he's getting moved. I don't think anybody wants him. Tyler Malley, we've heard the Guardians, San Diego, Los Angeles, the Cardinals, and this morning was the Phillies and Minnesota. The Phillies seem to be pretty active in trying to get another starter down there for this postseason run. They're on the outside looking in, by the way. Let's see, anything new here? MLB executive Burn. Hard to see Angels getting a great package back for Syndergaard, given his due $7 million for the rest of the season. Probably a couple prospects from a club with an upcoming 40-man crunch. Blue Jays the logical fit. Phillies, if willing to take on that salary, makes sense. No, we'll see. Nelson's not going anywhere. Frankie Montas went to the Yankees. Martin Perez, I don't think he's going anywhere either. See what's going on here. John Morrissey, sources believe Cubs could pair a hitter with a reliever to maximize the prospect return. Toronto's interested in Happ plus a bullpen arm. The Mets linked to the Contreras for weeks, also looking for a reliever. Well, I guess we kind of knew that. Yeah, I don't think Martin Perez is going anywhere. Brian Reynolds has sort of been mentioned that he's not going anywhere. Joey Gallo is going to get traded. That's one of the things the Yankees are desperate to do is get rid of him. Heard San Diego, Texas, and the Brewers. Tommy Pham got moved. He went to the Red Sox. Andrew Benintendi got traded to the Yankees. Ramon Lorano of the A's. I've heard the Braves, Seattle, Houston. I haven't put Houston on here. I put Houston on here because they are looking for a center fielder now. On Miami, I don't think Miami's doing anything. Miami, I don't know what the hell Miami's doing. They're a disaster. They have a general manager. She doesn't really. She's just a person from the front office. I don't know if that she's not very aggressive. To be honest with you, Paul Blackburn, St. Louis, San Francisco, and the Phillies. Christian Vasquez, he got moved to the Astros. Sean Murphy, the Mets, Houston, Tampa. Well, I could take Houston off. Houston's gone. Tampa, San Diego, and the Cleveland Guardians. Jock Peterson, he's on the IL. I haven't heard any names attached to him. Carlos Rodon, I would cross out the Yankees. The Yankees don't seem they got their pitcher. Minnesota, St. Louis, and Toronto. Nathan Eovaldi, I don't know where he's going. That's a name to keep an eye on because obviously that guy's a big game pitcher. Obviously, the really big trade that happened yesterday was Josh Hayden went to the Padres. It seems like both sides' fan bases aren't too happy. I know the Brewer fans are pissed off that he got traded. It seems like the Padres are not happy, I guess, losing Rogers. But Rogers is a run-of-the-mill reliever. That was going to be a disaster come postseason. The Yankees picked up Lou Trevino in this Montas deal. So that's somebody that could have a turnaround season the last 2 months. Jose Quintana got moved last night. I did mention the Cardinals. The Cardinals got him. It's interesting to see where the Cardinals go. They're in on this thing with, and really to me, they're the favorite to me to get Soto. Neo Unrealist, would you take a chance on Miami left of Tanner Scott? Walks more batters than I'd like, but well, there you go. You want to stay away from relievers that walk batters. Let's see. CJ Cron, I haven't heard anything for the last week on him, other than with the Mets. I'm not too enamored with him. The Birds are acting up again. Thanks a lot. Damn Birds. Zach Plesac of the Guardians. Heard a whole bunch of teams on him. The Cardinals, the White Sox, Minnesota, St. Louis, Los Angeles, the Blue Jays, Minnesota, Seattle. Hi. Wilmer Flores. We'll see where the Giants go. We'll see where the Giants go. I don't know if they're buying, they're selling. You either do one or the other. You can't do both. And that's kind of what the Red Sox are doing. The Giants are now in a situation where everybody should be willing to move everybody but Logan Webb. I mean, Wilmer is the kind of guy that you'd want late in a game. Michael A. Taylor, I've heard him with the Yankees. I mean, with the Braves. The Braves made this trade. They traded for Robbie Grossman. Robbie Grossman is hitting like 200, but his OPS against lefties is 900. He's doing it on a bad team. I don't know. And then, of course, the White Sox made a trade. I'm sure people were so excited about this year. Reese McGuire went from the White Sox to the Red Sox. So what a wonderful, big move the White Sox are doing. Unbelievable. Now, please, of course, like this video and subscribe. See what the hell's going on here. Yes, DeGrom pitches tonight. Yeah, that's the most important thing today. Jacob DeGrom pitches tonight. Probably the biggest acquisition anybody could possibly make. Oh, here's a trade. Not the Mets. Jorge Lopez to the Twins from John Hammond. Oh, boy. Boy, the Twins are going to regret that. Any team getting him is going to regret that. So where's Jorge? I did not have them mentioned here. Mark my words. Jorge Lopez is marked. He will be known as another guy that pitched poorly against the Yankees in postseason. I can guarantee you that one. That's made to order, folks. That's made to order. If any pitcher is a guy that the Yankee fans will talk about, oh, you remember when he blew that game against the Yankees when the Twins had to, oh, forget about it. That I can guarantee you that one. Jorge Lopez. Jorge Lopez came into the sixth inning, in the ninth inning to pitch for the Twins, with the Twins having a 2-run lead against the Yankees. In a game the Twins haven't beaten the Yankees in 30 years in postseason. He came in with a 2-run lead and he gave it up in the ninth inning. I can see it right now. Told you that again, the Twins will not be able to get past again the Yankees in postseason. Yeah, I guarantee you that. The Mothman involved. I sense blackball into the Mets and Cohen now. Your senses fool you, Mothman. Your senses fool you. That I'm glad he's not with the Mets. The Mets were mentioned a lot with Lopez. I'm glad the Mets didn't get him. So, what's going on now? Ken Rosenthal. Oh, he's just confirming the Lopez deal. So I wonder what the Orioles got. Because really, the Orioles don't need to make much. Maybe they'll get rid of Santander next. That might be the next move that the Orioles make. The Orioles could have just stayed pat. They didn't need to make any moves, to be honest with you. They had tremendous talent in their farm system, and they played really well. And I know they came back in that game last night, considering how emotional it was probably for that clubhouse and for that organization to trade Mancini. They're a very good team right now. It's good to see that the Orioles are in good shape long term. American Mafia Media. I wish we'd get Anthony Santander. I don't know enough about him. Talk about him. I will never tell you I know about a player and lie about it. Never. That's just a retweet about Lopez. Again, please like this video if you haven't already and subscribe. Okay. This is from Mark Feinson. The Twins are acquiring closer Jorge Lopez from the Orioles per source. Baltimore received Cade Povich, Yunia Cano, and 2 pitching prospects. Wow, they got a lot for him. Boy, oh boy, they really picked up a lot. This guy. Their farm system is so deep now. They're so deep now. They're so deep, the Orioles. Their farm system just got even better with this move. Like I said, I would not have picked him up, to be honest with you. And meanwhile, please subscribe to this channel and like this video, as we're going to be taking this show to the end. That's for damn sure. Thank you, Morph. Man, the notification is pretty good. I changed it. I had sort of the generic one for my phone. Neo, unless you are a playoff team, why cling to a closer? If you can get a king's ransom like the Orioles, I'm sorry. If you can get a king's ransom like the O's did, pull the trigger. Right. But you're not going to get. I mean, you're not. I mean, the return for these relievers is not great historically, but it does give their organization a lot of depth. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know the prospects here that are involved, but it gives their organization and their farm system a lot of depth. You know, there's nothing really that the Orioles have done that has been terrible this year so far. And since they called up Ruchman, the team has really taken a major step forward. He's really a winning player. When you have a catcher that's a winning player, it makes a big difference. We'll see. We'll see what the Mets do. Obviously, things are very quiet. We've not seen a big domino fall yet today, but it's only 10:40 right now. So, in a little bit, I'll have my lunch. Probably when I make my lunch, it's probably when something will happen. But I'm not going anywhere in general. So, it's Jeff Pazan's a little more detail on the prospects. Minnesota gets closer Jorge Lopez. Baltimore gets Cade Povich. He's a left-handed. All pitchers going back to the Orioles. They're a little light with pitching. Yenier Cano, Juan Nunez, and Juan Rojas. So, actually, Baltimore actually filled the need. Baltimore actually filled the need right now. Interesting. The Orioles were a little short with their prospects in terms of their pitching. So they actually filled that need for themselves. So that's good. Now with the Mets, to get back to the Mets. The Mets don't, like I've said this, they don't need to make a big move. They need small moves. Now, if they can get a guy like Martinez, you do it. You do it. If the Mets can get Contreras, you get Contreras, but not for the price that they're asking for. They definitely need Robertson if you want to go with needs. They definitely need a guy like Andrew Chafin. Those are guys that they need. There's only bird chirps here. There's only birds here. Right now, they're quiet. Good, they're quiet. Thank God they're quiet right now. And I think I kind of wore them out for the moment. I'm sure they'll act up again. Yeah, the Mets don't need splash. They need little drips and drabs. From Joel Sherman, teams with relievers to trade thought going into today that the Twins, Blue Jays, Mets were as big a players as anyone. As John Heyman reported first, Twins get Jorge Lopez from the Orioles. So this is a domino that this trade, it does affect the Mets because the Mets were in on Lopez. I was not big on Lopez, but they were in on him up until now. But they gave quite a few prospects up, the Orioles. So that sort of gives an idea of where the Mets would stand with just trying to make a trade for Robertson with the Cubs. But then I said earlier, they mentioned how the Cubs were not big fans of the Met prospects. So that's why they might have to bundle something with Contreras. But we'll see. Again, got plenty of time here. We got 7 hours and 16 minutes to the trade deadline. And we're only 2 hours into the live stream. About an hour or so, I'll have lunch. All I'll do when I do that is turn the camera off and turn the sound off. That's all I'm going to do. But I'm not going anywhere. So, just to let you know. Absolutely right, Neil. It is a game of chicken right now. We're all waiting it out. And the Mets seem to be good at staring down these teams. Either they do it or they don't do it. Usually, they stare these teams down to the very end. I still don't understand this trade that the Brewers made. It's one thing the Padres, they brought in a big closer. Back again. Sorry about that. That little sort of got tweaked out of here. Little confusion here, but I'm back. But yeah, so this thing with Josh Hader, again, David Stearns basically embarrassed. Sorry about that. Let me just wait a second. I always get interruptions here with the transmission, so I'm sorry if I'm buzzing in and out of here. Unless I tell you I'm leaving, just don't go anywhere. Okay? Don't go anywhere. And meanwhile, please subscribe and like this live stream. Yeah, so if things buzz out of here, don't think that I left. I haven't left. Just a little interruption with the transmission. That's it. That's it. Let's see again. All right, let me read you this from Jim Bowden. The Rockies manager Bud Black just told us on the MLB Network radio that they are bringing up first baseman Eurius Montero today. Also, they were able to move shortstop Jose Iglesias by the deadline. Watch for them to call up shortstop Ezequiel Tovar. I wonder if Montero, if they call him up, that C.J. Cron might be on the move. I am not big on the Mets getting C.J. Cron because he has not hit outside of Colorado this year. So I don't know if I'd want to do that. I don't know what he's hit against lefties, but I know he's not hit well outside of Colorado. Here's from Jim Bowden again. The Padres now appear to be the front runner to land Juan Soto and watch for Jarlin Susana, right-handed pitcher, to be one of the keys to the trade deadline, as I speculated on earlier today. Susana is 18 years old, 6'6" with clean delivery, and holds 98 miles per hour. Garden State Gardener says Cron has been dealing with a wrist injury recently. Really? Has he been on the IL? Yeah, I would stay away from Cron. Like I said, he doesn't hit well outside of outside. Wow, this is some kind of trade proposal. Keep an eye on this kind of a proposal. This is not anything. This is from this MLB executive burner that I follow on Twitter. The Nationals would get Juan Soto and Kyle Finnegan. The Nationals would get Eric Hosmer, Jose Castillo, C.J. Abrams, James Wood, Jackson Merrill, Jarlin Susana, and Garrett Hawkins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players, essentially for Juan Soto. That's crazy. That is a crazy trade. From Neo. Was just saying some Mets fans don't realize how good things are. No more Wilpons. Cohen owns the team, so moves the Mets don't make won't be money, will be over base. Exactly. That's the thing that has annoyed me over the last couple of days. Is some of the comments, you get the idea that some of the guys coming in here leaving comments don't understand that the Mets have a different situation here now. We have different ownership here. The ownership wants to spend money. The ownership wants to win. It's not like from the past few years when the Wilpons, they did everything with duct tape and tried to tell us otherwise. So I mean, a lot of the Met fan who's a great subscriber, who's a member of the channel, wrote me this morning saying, if the Mets don't do anything today, basically the Wilpons would still be in here. But he fails to mention how they signed Mac. They had that big day back in November. They signed Scherzer and Marte and Escobar and Kanye. So you got to sort of measure it out a little bit. You got to understand. It's not like when the Wilpons are here. You have to see Jeff Wilpon and him always looking pissed off and looking like he doesn't want to be there. That's the one thing that drove me crazy about the Wilpons, is they always acted like they didn't want to be here. That they didn't like being owners here. Fantasy Sports Revolution, 4 prospects for Lopez, good haul for Baltimore. We'll see. But they certainly added to the depth of their farm system with these young pitchers. That's for sure. And, of course, please like this video if you haven't already, and subscribe as we go on. From Mark Feinson, the Royals could be busy today as the market for Scott Barlow, Michael A. Taylor, and John Stallmont are heating up. Okay. Per sources. Yeah, so over the next couple of hours, we'll hopefully get through all this, and Mets will have some trades and some players in here. It's very exciting. I'm very excited. I don't know about you. I love talking about this stuff. I could do this all day. And I'm going to do it all day with you here. Now, of course, please like this video if you haven't already, and subscribe. So really, like I said, the things the Mets need, they could use another bat in this lineup, another right-handed bat. They need bullpen help. They need a lefty and a righty. The best thing about what's going on here is that the Mets don't need starting pitching. And they don't need a star player. So that's why the prices for some of these guys is a little outrageous. So, and if you're dealing with a guy like Contreras, you can't give up the major prospects for a guy that's only going to be here 2 months, and you have Alvarez here. So why are you giving up all this talent, and you have Alvarez in your farm system for a rental that's going to be here for 2 months? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. That's for sure. But keep an eye on a couple guys. Brandon Drury, he's going to get moved. The Reds are going to move more pieces off that team. Malley's probably going to go. Drury's probably going to go. The Mets were connected last night to Drury, by the way. They were connected to him last night. Just looking at a couple of things. Don't mind me. Maybe the Mets are able to get the price down on Contreras or get the price down with Martinez. These teams in the middle are very difficult to deal with right now. The Red Sox are extremely difficult to deal with because of the fact that the Red Sox can't decide, and the general manager there can't decide to do what they need to do. Okay, you either are going to trade to move on from their season, or bring in players that are going to help your season. You can't be in between, and it seems like they're a little in between. And Hein Bloom is trying to do this sort of ridiculous Moneyball nonsense, and they're sort of trying to paste things together like the Rays do. There's only one Tampa Bay Rays, and that's not the Boston Red Sox. Keep an eye on Andrew Chafin. We'll see where he goes. The Mets are in on him. They're in on Michael Fulmer former Met prospect, and obviously David Robertson. Can't forget about Robertson. Keep an eye on him maybe not with the Yankees now, since they got Trevino in. But we'll see. But please, of course, like this video in between and subscribe. Let's see. Anything new here? Let's see. Things very stripped down here. Like I said, I'm not. I guess I can tell you again. I'm not happy with this background, obviously, and I'm not happy with this other background. Let's see how this background looks. Probably not much better. Let's go to the virtual. See how that looks. It jumps around too much. All right. Now, how does that look to you folks? That doesn't look that great to me. I move around too much. You can't see my hands much. It doesn't look great, to be honest with you. I don't know if I need more of a solid background or what, or have just a background behind me, which would make it a little more interesting. I can't really do anything much behind me, but you let me know. But so we'll find out. We've got 7 hours and 4 minutes until the trade deadline, and we will see who the Mets get by 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in New York City. Neil says, seems all right for now. Would be if the birds are chirping. Well, I don't know. That I don't know. You don't get any chirping from any other channel. That's for damn sure. Hold on, I need a drink. Look. Yeah, so in a little bit, I'm going to take a bit of a break. Have my lunch. Probably about 15. It shouldn't take me that long to make the lunch. Maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes to make my lunch. I'm only making 2 of it now. And I'll be back. I won't be on camera, so you'll have to. But I will talk to you while I'm eating. But you probably shouldn't do on. You shouldn't do it on camera, by the way. So like I said, the Mets have needs. They're not major needs. They don't need to make a splash. They need to do things. But people say, "Oh, they need to make a big move." For what? Where is there a hole here that they need to make a big move? They kind of filled some of the need at the DH spot. We don't have to deal with Dom. We haven't heard anything about Dom Smith today. So I hope that he gets moved. I really don't want him here anymore. Let's see here. From Frank Matos. Hut, will Jorge Lopez be the Twins' closer now? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Let me take a look. Let me take a look at the Twins. I'll look at the Twins roster here. Shall we? Yes, we shall. Let's take a quick peek and see where we're at with the Minnesota Twins. It's the New York Mets. Now, please, of course, like this video if you haven't already. And subscribe to the Baseball Hut. From Daniel Phineas. Baltimore lost the trade. Povich is the only one with a chance at the big leagues, and that's 3 years out. First of all, Jorge Lopez, you're going based on Jorge Lopez and this one season that he's had. Okay. They would know him pretty well. The guy's having a career year. And relievers that have career years and are on a bad team, you get rid of them. They brought in some pitching depth for that farm system, which they are kind of desperate to have. So to me, I think both sides won the trade. But I think long term, I think the Baltimore will be okay with this. This is not going to kill them for the rest of the season. That is not a no-brainer kind of thing. So let me see the good old Twins, the Twinkies. And of course, subscribe if you haven't already, and like the video. It's not my want to go following all these other teams, but we're gonna check out the Twins and see who their closer is, just out of curiosity on my part. I mean, Lopez is not worth, giving up a bunch of prospects, not in the Mets state, not in the Mets situation. With the Mets stand now, I would not do that. This is an organizational thing, not so much where the record is. As we slowly drip down and down and down. Now, of course, please like this video. They try not to get frustrated with us. So Emilio Pagan is the closer there, with Johan Duran. Seems like they're going to be like bullpen by committee, I would think. With probably Lopez being the closer. Yeah, I could definitely see a major problem down the line with the Minnesota Twins and the New York Yankees. Jorge Lopez is made to order to blow a save in the postseason against the Yankees. That is made to order, folks. That is going to happen. Mark my words. That's going to happen. Mark my words. Mark my words on that one. No doubt in my mind on that one. Neil says 2 home runs per 9 innings for Emilio Pagan. Yeah. So Lopez is going to be close there. Definitely going to be close there. No doubt. No doubt about it. Let's see. Just checking some things here. See what's going on Twitter. And of course, please subscribe if you haven't already. And like the video. And you can't forget about Jacob deGrom. Jacob deGrom is pitching tonight. So anything the Mets do off the field pales in comparison to what they are doing off the field. So, or on the field. Because deGrom coming back is a big move for the Mets. As big of a move as you're going to get. So don't get all uptight if they don't make a move today. I think they'll make a move, but don't get too uptight. And of course, please like this video along the way. I mean, I don't know what's going on up there in Minnesota, obviously, but you can't all I know is this. There's not a lot of pressure there in Minnesota to win. That's why they always sort of do so poorly in postseason, because then the pressure's on. And then they go up against the Yankees, and the Yankees just sort of step on them all the time. But hopefully over the next couple of hours, we'll have some movement here with the Mets. It's now 6 hours and 56 minutes away from the trade deadline. And we're getting awfully close to people getting extremely agitated. They've not made a move yet. But that doesn't matter. The most important thing is to The most important thing is for the Mets to improve what they need to improve. Get in a right-handed bat here that kills lefties. They need that. Very important that they do that. They need to do that. Very, very important. They need bullpen help. They need a lefty reliever, and they need a righty reliever. Those are two things they need as well. If they do those three things, I would be cool with that if they kept Nito and they kept McCann. Kay says a team should sign me. I have 0 ERA and WHIP, and I haven't gotten out in the Major League Baseball. Okay. Then you're pretty good then. Kid 28 is DeGrom still throwing 100 miles per hour. I don't know what he was throwing in his last start, but he certainly was doing that early on. That's for sure. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Obviously, like I always say, I don't like him throwing 100 miles an hour. I think that's too damn hard for him, and I think that's a big reason why he has been hurt so much. O'Neill, I think that DeGrom will have 75 pitches. That's kind of what they mentioned. It was more about the pitches than it was about how many innings. The guy can throw like 7 or 8 pitches in an inning and be done. He could go 7 innings with the way he throws. And that lineup is not going to be a good lineup tonight. It's probably a good chance that Bell and Soto is going to be off that team today. By the time we get to 7 o'clock, they'll probably be traded. By 6 o'clock, they'll be traded. So I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea of Tyler McGill being a reliever because he's had these arm injuries the last 2 years. I'd be very careful. Matthew says Mets need to make one big move. Well, I agree with you that they don't need a trillion big moves. They need at least one of Martinez or Contreras. This is their year. They're going to win 102 games, This is about October. Those guys get you over the top in October. Now, the thing about Martinez, he does hit good pitching. Does Contreras hit good pitching? That I don't know 100% of. Just looking at a couple of things here. Some of this MLB executive burner. This guy is pretty much right a lot of times. I read him. Rays smell a potential bargain on Wilson Contreras. How can they send a package that makes it appear like Cubs didn't give away a face of the franchise type player? J.J. Gross, Xavier Edwards. Did they try to offset the salary, or do Cubs bolster package with a reliever? All I know is this. When it comes to the Rays, if they pick up a player, they are not sending anybody of any value. Anybody of any value to that other team. When was the last time the Tampa Bay Rays lost a trade? Remember when they traded the hell's his name? Forgot his name now. But they made the trade with the Tigers with Meadows, and he has been terrible. And I guess he's hurt now. BP 125 says Martinez has a 200 average in his last 150 at bats. Interesting. But is that against lefties, though? That's what the Mets are looking for. They look for a guy that kills lefties. And he does hit good pitching. Let's see here. Yeah, that's another thing with Martinez. He's got a back issue. So that's why I'm not too wanting to make a move for him, knowing that he's hurt and they're giving up Vientos. That's crazy. But I will say it's about the Rays. If the Rays are skulking around for a player, they're not giving up anything that's any good. He's not giving up anybody. They're not giving up anybody that's any good. And not for nothing, they're picking up a player they feel that he's about to peak. And if they let him walk, that means they've given up on him. The only player I've seen where the guy went on to be a better player after playing with them is Darno. But how many teams was Darno on? 40 teams? And there's only 30 teams? BP 125 says, Martinez is a hard worker. Chances breaks out of the slump. Well, we'll see. We'll see. The back is always a problem. But he's just another guy that you gotta sort of be careful with him because of his age and stuff like that. Neo Unreal says Tampa Bay Rays give up on a guy means he's washed up, right? Be careful with the Indians or the Guardians. Be careful with the Rays. Be careful with the Mariners. Although the Mariners look like they got outfoxed by Brody with Diaz. But be very careful with the Guardians and always be careful with the Rays. If the Rays come knocking on a player that's performing badly, they will find a way to make this guy good. Whatever way they do it. Who the hell knows how they do it? But if they don't, they move a guy. Look at Ian Schnell. Blake Snell. Blake Snell was terrific for them. They took him out early in that one game. Everybody in the World Series, everybody bitched and complained. But look what he's done since he's gone to the Padres. He's not nearly as good as he once was. And that should tell you a lot about how he is as a player, about how they are about running their organization, how they understand. They always get rid of guys before they are terrible. Yeah, the trade with the Twins is official. They've gotten Jorge Lopez. He is now a future loser against the Yankees. From Neo Unrealist, Tampa Bay Rays target the weirdest pitchers. They see something that they can fix, and they turn the guy into an asset. Prior to Aaron Loop being with the Mets, he was with the Rays. Prior to Michael Wacha being with the Red Sox right now, he was with the Rays. So these guys, even if they sometimes once in a while they're able to fix some of these guys, they move on to the next town over. You know, that does happen from time to time. But that's why I get nervous when the Mets are talking to the Rays, or they're talking. That's why I get very nervous when the Mets are talking to Cleveland last year. Prior to that trade from Lindor, I was like, "Uh-oh, what's wrong with Lindor that the Guardians didn't want him?" Yeah, but he's actually had a very good season. He hit another home run last night. He's got 73 RBIs. Amazing. No pun intended, but amazing. And meanwhile, please like this video and subscribe. Let's see. All right, this is from MLB executive burner. Mets dilemma: how their pitchers will respond pitching to Wilson Contreras. Do Scherzer, DeGrom end up preferring Neto or McCann? Plus, integrating a new catcher midseason isn't easy. Exception are elite defenders like Christian Vasquez. Mets could use, obviously, Dave Robertson and Michael Gibbons. That's the one thing too. Wilson Contreras is not a great catcher. He is not a great catcher, and how is he going to handle this particular pitching staff? Neil says, look what Cleveland has done with Ahmed Rosario. He's no all-star, but he's turned into a decent hitting shortstop. And I'm not surprised about Jimenez being this good of a player. He's an all-star. That guy's a good player. I said at the time, I was very surprised they wanted two infielders for Lindor. I loved watching him play in 2020, and obviously he took a step back. he took a step back in 2021. But I was so impressed with Jimenez. I was very uptight that the Mets traded him because I was like, I could have put this guy at shortstop. I didn't need Lindor because just put him at shortstop or put him at second and win a Gold Glove. He's going to win a Gold Glove, and he's going to hit 300. No doubt in my mind. That's how good of a player Jimenez is. But I guess you got to give up something to get something. The Mets won World Series with Lindor as a shortstop. I'll have to live with Jimenez being in Cleveland. And when he's ready to get moved, they'll trade him. When he's ready to basically not be a good player, they'll move him. So meanwhile, please like this video and subscribe. As we get closer to the deadline, we're now 6 hours and 44 minutes from the deadline. As my phone's blowing up again. Oh, here's something interesting. From John Morrissey. This is news. The Nationals are in the process of calling multiple minor leaguers to the Major League team, a sign that trades are imminent. Trades are imminent. Let's take a look at the Nationals real quick and see who could be on the move that are veteran players. And, of course, please subscribe if you haven't already and like this video for the great and wonderful baseball. Holly asks, any updates? Nothing yet. No major trades yet other than the Jorge Lopez trade. He's gone from Baltimore to Minnesota, where in postseason he will give up runs against the New York Yankees and continue this wonderful stretch of the Twins being unable to beat the Bronx Bombers. Yeah, Jimenez has a little pop. I mean, he's a good player, He is Edgardo Alfonso, 2022. That's who he is as a player. That's who he is. All right. Let's take a look and see who the Nationals are probably going to be moving very soon, probably in the next few hours. All right, let's see who's going to get moved from the wonderful team of the Washington Nationals. Josh Bell is going to get moved. I was hoping the Mets. He's probably going to go to San Diego. Maybe Victor Robles. Maybe Juan Soto is going to get moved. Maybe Nelson Cruz gets moved. He's not had a good year. He's pretty much shot, I think. I mean, his OPS is 661. That's just dreadful. What's this? It's texting me. What the hell is this? Now, please like this video if you haven't already and subscribe. Let's see. Let's go to the pitching because they're going to trade some of their pitchers. No doubt about it. I don't think Patrick Corbin is going to get moved, but you never know. Just push this down a little bit. I could see Steve Cishek get moved again. That guy is bounced all over the place. Erasmo Ramirez, I can see him getting moved. Finnegan is probably going to get moved. Carl Edwards Jr. is probably going to get moved. There's a whole bunch of. I wouldn't be surprised they get moved to San Diego. To be honest with you, yeah. I mean, they're going to have their big time fire sale down there. I mean, you're gonna. If they're bringing up all these minor leaguers, boy oh boy, complete total insanity is going to happen, and the Mets will sweep them over the next couple of days. All right. Okay. Keep a little eye on this with the Mets right now. The Mets Syracuse team posted their lineup. They play. I guess they play at 11:30. So in about 15 minutes. The Mets will be playing. They're playing. The Mets are playing Lehigh Valley. Yeah, affiliate. That's a AAA affiliate. I think at the Phillies. Well, anyway, they are playing. Vientos is in the lineup for the Syracuse Mets, so he's not going anywhere, and so is Alvarez. Who else is here? Just want to see who's on the bench. Nobody of any note. The two guys of note in the Mets lineup, or three guys, is Khalil Lee. So Khalil Lee's probably not getting moved in any kind of trade. And neither is Plumer. He's in the lineup as well, but they're not big prospects. Vientos is in the lineup, so he's not. So far, he's not getting moved. They would not have posted this lineup and had him in the lineup if they were going to move him. By the way. But there's going to be a big fire sale now with the Nationals. There's a good chance the Nationals are going to be moving stuff soon. Moving all this crap out of there. Get out of here. Eric Orsi. Where's Eric Orsi? Yes, according to Syracuse team and the lineup that they posted, Orze's not on here. Yeah. So he is not on here. Let's just check something. See how this looks. All right, we'll try that for now. We'll try all different kinds of things to make this channel look a little different, I guess. Let's see here. This is from John Morrissey. The Cardinals have yet to include Dylan Carlson in a multiplayer offer for Juan Soto. Unless that changes in the hours ahead, Soto is likely going to become a Padre or a Los Angeles Dodger. Well, that screws up my prediction. What the hell, man? What the hell? That screws up my prediction. That screws up all my plans. What the hell? You like to make these predictions, you never know. But that really screws up everything. Put the guy in the deal. Make sure I get it right. I don't know where Ozzy is. I don't know. I thought he was in AAA as well. Let me take a look at the Met prospect because he's on the prospect list. Let's take a quick peek. It's from Jack Ramsey, who is a bit of a Mets guy, Mets reporter. Sounds like Boston isn't too high on many Mets prospects, aside from the obvious ones. But they do like Brooklyn right-handed pitcher Mike Vassell. Former Virginia standout is a Boston native and has shot up prospect boards this year. So keep an eye on him with the Red Sox and the Mets. Let's see. Of course, please like this video meanwhile. And subscribe to the baseball. I can't find my thing here. Oh. But I could have sworn Ozzy was in AAA, but maybe he's in AA. Let me take a quick peek again. All right, here we go. This is from Bob Nightingale. He usually gets a lot of stuff wrong. But he is saying that the San Diego Padres are getting close to landing Juan Soto from the Washington Nationals. The deal is not yet finalized. So he is now one step closer to being a St. Louis Cardinal. Yeah, so we'll see if he gets moved. He's probably gonna get moved now. Let's go to his page. So he's probably gonna get moved. In all likelihood. So that is interesting. It's a little news. So the Padres might be the team now that are getting close to dealing, landing Juan Soto. Oh, Ozzy's 4-2 with a 5-year. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't think you want him. Well, he did shoot up, a lot of prospect lists in the past couple of months. So so Ozzy was kind of a hot prospect last year, and he's not now. So, but it looks like now that Juan Soto is going to be going to the Washington Nationals to the San Diego Padres. Hello, AKA Slayer 101. What's up? Yes, good morning. Good morning to you. Tim Frickerson. Padres move already. They are either out or way back when it comes to Soto. I'm wagering the Cardinals. Well, according to Bob Nightingale, he's never wrong. He's saying that Juan Soto is going to go to the Padres now. Let's see what's going on here. From John Hamm, a lot of optimism now that the Nats can get Juan Soto deal done with the Padres. Nothing official yet. Executives around the league believe the momentum for Soto to the Padres is gaining steam. However, let's not forget the exact same scenario happened last year with San Diego and Max Scherzer. Still, many believe that Soto will be a Padre by the end of the day. You sure about that? Just coming on board. I'll catch up. I'm a quick learner. Are you sure about that? I don't know about that. Tim Ferguson, if that's true, that's terrifying for the Dodgers, which I love. Well, I would mention this about Soto. His team is the Nationals are one of the worst teams in baseball, so he's not improved their situation down there. They don't panic. The Dodgers, so they have great pitching there. So they would just pitch around him. But we'll see. He has not been moved yet. The Dodgers might swoop in at the last minute and give them their best prospects. They still have prospects behind them, by the way. Now, is this a good time to have lunch or is it a good time to take a break? I think probably a good time to do both, I think. So, okay, here's some Jim Bowden. There's strong momentum for a Juan Soto to the Padres deal. They're not at the finish line yet, but are getting close enough to sources involved in the negotiations. As we learned last year with the Max Scherzer Trey Turner trade, things can change in a heartbeat. Patience. So I'm going to go off camera, and I'm going to have my lunch. Okay? I'll post in here that I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to go to lunch and have my lunch, and hopefully I come back refreshed. I just got to use the bathroom, too. Come back refreshed. Jesus. Not with Jesus. It's just a retweet from Anthony Tacoma. So, yeah, Cattle Rising's absolutely right. Once we get this thing resolved with Soto, everything will start to will fall in line. So I'll be back. Be right back. Be right back. So, in the meanwhile, please talk amongst yourselves. Ask yourselves this. Once Soto gets traded, who are the Mets going to bring in? Is it going to be JD Martinez, Wilson Contreras, or Player X? Player X. Yes, it's an intermission. I need it after 3 hours of sitting here. So thank you for coming by. Just stick around. I'll be back in a little bit. Be back in about. I'm going to come back and eat, but I'm obviously going to. I'll talk to you while I'm eating, but I just got to make my lunch. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Bye. No, not bye, but I'll be back. All right, I am back with my lunch. So anything going on? What's been going on? Has he been traded yet? Has he been traded yet? I don't think he's been traded yet. That's Juan Soto. Now, of course, if you haven't already, please like the video in between as we get close to the trading deadline. We're now 6 hours and 23 minutes as I have my lunch. And hopefully you're having your lunch. Yeah, they're absolutely right, Stephen. They're always buyers. They're always buyers. All right, from this MLB executive burner, that the Padres, A.J. Perlo wants to acquire Soto and Josh Bell. He needs to find a suitor for Eric Hosmer or Will Myers. Budget isn't infinite. Cubs are one team that could be a landing spot for either. Our Nats could both that package, taking money back on the deal. They tell me to shut my birds. Let's see what else. Even if Hosmer owed $39 million. Oh, here we go. The Padres are on the verge of acquiring Juan Soto. Deal is believed to be nearly in the final stages. Okay. No surprise there. You know, I mean, it's kind of been what's been talked about the last couple of minutes. It'll be interesting to see. What the deal is, what the Padres are giving up. It seems like going to be a lot of players involved in this trade. Like I said, the Mets were never in on this trade at all. So they weren't anywhere near to getting this kind of a deal happening. From MLB executive Burnett, Cardinals too disciplined of an organization to legitimately get into a bidding war with Padres A.J. Preller. Well, they were never going to do that. Next offseason, when they cover a bat, they'll buy one free agency to complement their young core. Yeah, the Cardinals know what the hell they're doing. You know? I mean, you know, you can't give up like your whole organization for one player, no matter how good they are. You know? Now, the Padres are basically telling you they're going for it. They're desperate to win. They've never won anything. So that's why it's not really a surprise they're doing this. From Joel Sherman, one involved player said Padres are nearly complete building bridge to Soto. Josh Bell likely in deal from Washington too. San Diego has been doing lots of accounting work trying to move Hosmer and Myers to stay under $230 million first tax threshold. That's interesting. Take a look at something. Now, please like this video in the meanwhile. I wonder. It's from Joel Sherman. Told Soto can't wait until close to deadline because so many prospects would be going from San Diego to Washington. Emptying it out in one person's view. The physical review will take a while. Interesting. I wonder how well Myers does against left-handed pitching. I wonder if the Mets would be interested in him and put him as the right-handed DH with this Mets team. Don't mind me, folks. I'm having my lunch. So if it seems a little quiet, that's why. If you're coming through. I'm Jim Bowden. Soto to Padres now on the half-yard line. First and goal. Okay. We'll see. See, now that here's the thing about the Padres. By doing the deals they've done the last 2 days, the Padres have to win the World Series. This puts an enormous amount of pressure on that franchise to win. You know. And here's the thing. The Padres still have to go to the Dodgers. Does this make them a legitimate World Series team? I don't know. John Morrissey, it's official. The Padres and Nationals have agreed in principle on a Juan Soto trade with Josh Bell also going to San Diego. So it is done. So be it. Let it be. So it is done. Yep. So the Padres have basically told everybody that they're going for the World Series with these two trades last, and they get Josh Bell too. Also getting Josh Bell. So if they don't win this year, disappointment. Yeah, absolutely right, Sony. Now that this trade has taken place, everything else now will fall in line. Now we can move on to other stuff. And Josh Bell's in this deal too. We can talk about where the Mets go. It'll be interesting to see where the Padres go. We're moving some of these contracts. Hosmer, we know the Mets were interested in Hosmer. They were going to flip him right before the season started. You know, I wonder if the Mets would be interested in Will Myers. It'd be the right-handed DH on this team. From John Heyman, Padres have deal to acquire Juan Soto. What a great lunch. What a great lunch. Go to lunch and Juan Soto gets traded. Something else. That is going to be fun tonight, folks. When the Mets go up against the Nationals tonight. And from John Morrissey, the Nationals are set to receive C.J. Abrams, Robert Haslett III, James Wood, Jolin Susana for Juan Soto and Josh Bell. Well, there you have it. There you have it. Now, just give me a minute. Let me go get up and get myself a drink to wash this down. Back in 2 seconds. So this is a rather big trade, obviously. The the Nationals. I don't know much about the prospects, obviously, but obviously they're big prospects. The Mets were not going to do that kind of a deal, and the Nationals were not going to make that kind of deal with the Mets. We'll see now, since this is the first domino to fall. We'll see what happens next. Obviously, the Padres are going to have to move some money out of that team. You just turn it off for a second. Not ready to come back on. Jeff Pazan. The Padres are finalizing a deal to acquire superstar outfielder Juan Soto from Washington. Source tell ESPN, one of the biggest deals in baseball history, goes down and sends the 23-year-old to San Diego, where he will team with Fernando Tatis Jr. and Manny Machado. That's a pretty good lineup. But does that make them World Series contenders? Is that enough for them? We'll see. We'll see. John Morrissey, Juan Soto, and Josh Bell are being traded to the Padres. John Heyman, Juan Soto is a Padre. Joel Sherman. Padres' philosophy under A.J. Pearl is clear. We are never overtaking the Dodgers in regular season and our postseason without great players. Go get them, and it's my job to find more prospects. As long as I now have Soto, Machado, Tatis Jr., and Bell. Well, if they don't win, then you know. If they don't win now, with all this talent, they're never going to win. I mean the Padres, just in general. STK Shaker. I still don't think they are better than the Astros or Yankees. I don't think so. And the Nationals are, according to Jim Bowden, the Nationals are also getting Mackenzie Gore, too, in this deal. Interesting. Oh, boy, I tell you, Jacob deGrom's not going to have much of a lineup tonight to go up against. From Frank Mercio, floodgates should open now that the big trade is over with. Yeah, absolutely. As my phone blows up. Pew, pew, pew. This is about one of the prospects the Nationals got. It's about James Wood. All right, here's the whole package from Jeff Pazan. Mackenzie Gore, Robert Hassel III, C.J. Abrams, James Wood, Jarlin Susanna, and one more Major League player. I don't know who that is. Interesting. Very interesting. Be back on camera in like 3 minutes. What a big trade this is. One of the biggest trades in baseball history. And I'm having my lunch. When all this is going down. Perfect timing. Isn't it? Interesting trade, interesting situation. And boy, the Mets don't have much competition the next 2 days. That's for sure. The Grom's going tonight. Mets have a very good chance. They were going to sweep them anyway, but boy, they got some chance to sweep them tonight and tomorrow. Boy, oh boy. What a disaster that they've created for themselves down there in Washington over the next year or two. They're going to be so bad. They went from being World Series champions in 2019 to being this now. Unreal. But just looking at Soto, why everyone's like was going crazy trying to get him. Look at some of these stats. I'm just sort of the periphery stats, the walks. Very few players of his age lead the league in walks. 490 on base percentage 2 years ago. 465 on base last year. 406 the first year. And 408 this year. And he's had a bad year this year. OPS in 2020 of 1185. I know it's only 60 games, but man. And Ken Rosenthal, source confirmed Soto and Bell headed to Padres, Gore, Abrams, Hasselwood, and Susana to Nationals. Next question, what happens to Padres Hosmer? Pew, pew, pew. Now, we're pointing out, just looking at stuff here, Soto is not the fastest guy in the field. He does ground out to double plays. If there's one drawback to his game, he hits the ball on the ground. All right, it seems that the major leaguer that's going in this deal, as they mentioned, the major leaguer is Eric Hosmer. Eric Hosmer's going in this trade too. So Eric Hosmer, our friend, will probably be playing probably either tomorrow or Thursday, Friday for the Nationals. So in all likelihood, Hosmer's coming here to play for the Nationals. Oh well, I mean, you figured he was going to get moved, and they didn't take back a bad contract. They just had to take back a bad contract in Hosmer. Interesting. Tom says Nats got fleeced. The Nationals will never get the value of the player. They'll never get the value of the player that they just traded. That's just how it is. I don't necessarily disagree with you. That's a bit of an exaggeration, quite frankly. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Stony814 says, do you think Don Smith will get moved by the end of the trade deadline? Well, hope so. He didn't have a place to play here. What's going on now? Everything's blowing up. Probably about Eric Hosmer, I would think. Yeah, so Hosmer's going in this trade. Um, you have 6 players plus Hosmer going to the Nationals, and the Nationals get Juan Soto and Josh Bell. Time. It looks like the Mets and other teams put better offers. If we aren't in the National League East, Soto would have been a Met. Huh? You don't know that. You don't know that for sure. To be honest with you. I think the biggest thing with the Padres, the thing they needed to improve wasn't so much offense, but it was their closer. Okay, I watched obviously the Padres against the Mets a couple weeks ago. The thing that struck me the most was how bad that closer was. How I wasn't impressed with Rogers. How I thought that was a guy that can get beaten. I mean, he's made to order for the Yankees to beat. You know. John Heyman, Eric Hosmer has been notified he's in an agreed upon deal. He has no trade clause and hasn't consented yet. Oh boy. Belief is they will figure this out, however, one way or the other. Boy, oh boy. Imagine if he says no. Imagine if Hosmer says, you know what? I don't want to go to this last place team. I have a chance to go to the World Series. Why would I want to go there? I mean, they're going to be bad, man. The Padres, the Nationals going to be so bad. From Kid 28. Mets don't do well against the Padres. Aha. They never faced the Mets in postseason. Mets always do well in postseason against these teams. So don't worry about that. The Padres did not face Scherzer and DeGrom this season yet. Just keep that in mind going forward. Just keep that in mind, boys and girls. It's now 12 o'clock. 6 hours. 6 hours now until the trade deadline. And we have one of the biggest trades in baseball history having taken place with Juan Soto going from Washington to the Padres. And this is one of the biggest deals in the history of the Major League Baseball trading deadline. It is perhaps probably the biggest trade in the history of baseball during the season. Of a player of this caliber. A player of this caliber. And, hold on a second. Yes, this is one of the biggest trades we've seen in a very long time. And obviously, one of the biggest trades of a star who's 23 years old. He hasn't even reached his prime, this kid. You know. Tom already has declared it a bad trade. You don't know that. Tim Frickerson. Seems like the deal breaker for the Nats to the Cardinals was Dylan Carlson, and the Cardinals refused that. Yep. I mean, anytime you trade a player of the caliber of Juan Soto, you're going to take a loss. And they gave up Josh Bell, too, by the way. You know. So we're not talking about just checking the stuff here. I don't know what the hell's going on. Yeah, so here's the thing about Hosmer. He's got no trade clause. So he could say, no, I don't want to go there. Screw that. I don't have wants to be on a last place team. How many more years does Hosmer have? You know, they might flip him. You never know. What do they need Hosmer for? I could see them flipping him with 6 hours left in the trade deadline. Couldn't you see that? I could see that. Let's take a look at Hosmer. What am I doing here? What the hell am I doing? And please, of course, subscribe. You're coming through to the Baseball Hut. This is the preeminent Mets channel. I'm the most knowledgeable YouTuber when it comes to the New York Mets, and you want to follow this channel if you're a big fan of the Mets. Also, I'm probably one of the most knowledgeable of all the baseball YouTubers online. So you want to follow this channel for those reasons. But more if you're a Mets fan, this is the channel you want to follow because I will tell you everything we need to know about the New York Mets. And I don't care about the algorithm. I'll tell you exactly what I think. And 99% of the time, I'm right about these players. So let me get to the Padres and take a look at Eric Hosmer. Now, we know that the Mets had this deal early on before the season started that they were interested in Hosmer, but they were going to flip him. They're going to send him somewhere else. And they were going to send him to another team. I wonder if that team will pop up as a possibility, or because I can't imagine them holding on to Hosmer. At this point. We'll see in a minute. We'll get into this thing with Hosmer just to look at his contract status. From Gerard Houston, race for Contreras is between the Mets and the Rays at this point. Yep. And, the Rays, if they come skulking around for a player, they must have a lot of faith in that player. It's taking forever. Oh, here we go. Now, I am not a big fan of Eric Hosmer, by the way, so I don't blame the San Diego for getting rid of him. We'll see how much more he has on his contract. I'm just more interested about the contract. Oh, boy. Here's from Dennis Lynn, retweeted from Ken Rosendahl. The Nationals are on Eric Hosmer's 10-team no-trade list. He would have to give his consent to be in a deal with the Washington Nationals. Oh, boy. And his 10 teams are Baltimore, Cleveland, Detroit, Milwaukee, Oakland, Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Seattle, St. Louis, and Toronto, and Washington. So he's going to have to give approval for this. Maybe they tell him we're going to move you. They can always tell him that we have interest there. But we'll see. Wasn't that attractive? Hope you didn't see that. Now, please like this video if you haven't already. Let me just look at his contract stats. Wow. He's got a lot of years coming to him. So he's got 2023, 24, and 25. He's got 3 more years on his contract. Jesus. I'm telling you, he's one of the most overrated players in the game, in my view. About as average a player as you can get. He's been a good defensive player, but he's been terrible the last few years. Lost a lot of range. He's played 5 years for the Padres. He's got 3 more years on that contract. We know what he did against the Mets, but beyond that, he had 3 good years in his career, and he's played a lot. But I've never been a fan of his as a player, to be honest with you. And his WAR is very low for an everyday player that has this kind of hardware defensively. 277, 336 OPS, 429 slugging percentage, 765 OPS all time, 108 OPS plus, 8% better than the average baseball player in the major leagues. Nothing. Very average player. And I think that the Padres they know that. The Padres know that they could do a lot better, and I guess they're going to put Cronenworth at first base at this point. So, I guess they kind of wanted to move on from him. They cleared up they got rid of that bad contract. with Hosmer. But we'll see if he gets moved. I mean, I would not be surprised if they flip him. They might say to him, look, we're not going to keep you here for long. Just to prove the trade, we'll get you out of here in the next 5 hours and 52 minutes. That I can see that. Hello, Ryan Snaggs. How you doing? Yeah, so I wonder if they'll come to him and say, look, we're going to find a place to trade you to. Yeah, Geeks and Guns, I think you're absolutely right. I think he's going to get flipped. I don't think he's sticking around there. Why would you get rid of Josh Bell and then bring him in here? I wouldn't do that. I'd get rid of him so fast. I know the New York Mets were interested in him, but maybe the Mets would flip him. Maybe he gets flipped. Maybe you get a 3-team trade. You make a trade. You trade him to the Mets. The Mets trade him to Chicago. You never know. I'm just throwing that out there. I throw stuff out there a lot of times. Let's see what else we got here. So Ken Rosenthal. No much pressure on Hosmer to prove the deal, and he might get something more out of it beyond the 3 years. Hosmer, Soto, Bell are represented by Scott Boras. Oh boy. As are Gore and Wood. Players generally need to be compensated to waive no trade protection. But maybe they say to him, we're going to trade you to a team that's good, just to get rid of the contract. Geeks and Guns says, why should we use the money saved to offer cash considerations with the Hosmer contract? What will say? I can't imagine him staying there. I certainly can't imagine him staying there, to be honest with you. Again, I am just not a fan of Eric Hosmer. Sorry. Maybe you are out there, but I am not. I never was. I had a major problem with the trade early on in the right before the season started. I was not happy with the whole idea of the Mets trading Dom. I thought they could have gotten more for Dom than Eric Hosmer, Chris Paddock with a bad elbow, and Emilio Pagan. And then they were going to flip Hosmer. I just thought that was just a terrible trade for the Mets to do. I thought it was terrible for the Mets. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Geeks and Guns wants to know Malley deal getting done. Well, the Reds have been pretty active. We'll keep an eye on them. I've heard the Phillies today, and I heard Minnesota. So let me write down where Soto was going. Everything in the red pen. Red pen means a player's gotten traded to a team. I got like this whole system like what Keith has when he does his scorecard. Blue for the player, black for the interested team, and red for the official team. So let's see what's next. Nothing of note. All right, here's an account. The Padres have traded for Juan Soto, Josh Hayden, Josh Bell, Joe Musgrove, Sean Manaea, Yul Darvish, Blake Snell, Mike Clevenger, Luke Voigt, Austin Nola, Adam Frazier, Jorge Alfaro, and more all in the last 2 years. Hike. And they've won nothing. And they were bad last year. Never, ever forget that about this team. So for all the superstars that A.J. Preller brings in, they have not won anything yet. So anybody getting all worked up about this trade, if you're in the National League in particularly, they have not won anything yet. So until they win something, until the Padres win something, this trade could be just like all the other moves that they have made. All right. It's from John Harper. He's from the New York Daily News. New York, I guess he was with the Daily News anymore. But he's always on SNY. More urgency to get Robertson from the Cubs. Lefty's hitting 156 against him this season. Have heard from more than one scout that his curveball is a great weapon to neutralize. The Mets need Robertson. The Mets have got to get Robertson. It's very, very important that they get him. I've been on the Mets for getting him for weeks. That is the guy the Mets could use to win this thing. All right. From Anthony Tacoma, for those saying the Mets could have outbid the Padres for Juan Soto, San Diego was giving up a 21-year-old former top 10 prospect and top 6 draft pick. A 23-year-old former top 10 prospect and top 3 with notable MLB success, a top 20 prospect and top 8 prospect. That's why I'm going to do that. And the Mets didn't have enough. Again, AJ Preller has made all these moves, and they've won nothing. What have they won up until this point? Nothing. They were in postseason 2 years ago on a short season. They brought in all this pitching, all this offense, everything, and they still can't get past the Dodgers. They still can't get past the Dodgers. Let's take a look at where they are in this division, and out in the National League West. They are 12 games. They are 12 games behind the Dodgers. Okay, the Dodgers have been chasing the Mets most of the season for the best record. What's going on here? And they're nowhere near it. Okay. If and when Hosmer gives his blessing and the Soto Bell deal goes through, what remains of the trademark will be unshackled. Cubs are key with Contreras, Robinson, plus Happ. They have had to hold off waiting to see if San Diego does not get Soto because San Diego's a potential trading partner. That's right, because they said that the Padres were very interested in Contreras, so that might put the kibosh on that. I mean, the Padres for all this time have made all these moves. They had one playoff appearance. Last year, they basically did what the Mets did. They had a horrendous second half. With all this talent on that team, like Schnell, Yul Darvish, Machado, Tatis, and they did nothing. Cato Ryder says Cardinals now in on Contreras. Really? With Yadi Molina still there? They're going to do that? I don't see the Cardinals and the Cubs making any kind of trade. I'd be very surprised if they made that kind of trade. From Mark Feinstein, a rival executive said the Juan Soto deal would bring back the biggest package of prospects in the game's history. That appears to be the case. Think of it as baseball's version of the Herschel Walker trade. All right, let me read you this. Maybe I'll get a laugh out of this. This is from the guy that took over for Steve Summers here in WFAN. This guy's always great for this. This nice guy doesn't have a lot of simile brain power. But Keith McPherson, who took over for Steve Summers, the Padres always go for it. They've been going for it for years now. Not surprised, but they've not won anything, Keith. Yesterday, after the Josh Hayden move, I said they might as well go and get Juan Soto. Keep him away from the Dodgers. They also get Josh Bell. AJ Preller, go off. You got to win now. Here's the thing. Again, this is the thing about the Padres. They keep going for it, but they don't go anywhere. They're not going anywhere. So let them make this new trade. And Katie Wu. But once off the block here in the Cardinals are still looking to add a bat and pursue catching depth. Can't rule out additional pitching either. Keep an eye on Noah Syndergaard with them. Just keep an eye on Noah because I did hear that. I did read that the other day. Noah's going to get traded. For all you Met fans out there, The former Mets can get moved. I would cross the New York Yankees off of that with Noah because they got Matos. But Toronto's been mentioned. The Phillies have been mentioned. I got St. Louis on my list. Atlanta's on my list. From Primo Brady, did the Padres give up their top prospects, Hut? Apparently so. But, not as – I don't think they're as good of prospects as the Mets have. So that's the one thing I will say about that. Just to sort of give you an idea. Hold on, I need a drink. Look. Yeah, the Keith McPherson, he's a complete total disaster there at WFAN. The guy put out a tweet a couple months ago complaining about Mets Old Timers Day. Saying the Mets were trying to be like the Yankees. But the Padres, again, they're always trading prospects. They're always bringing in stars, but they haven't won anything. They do all this stuff, and they never seem to sort of, take the next step. They can't seem to win. They had a good year 2 years ago in the 60 games, but they didn't win last year. They were terrible last year. They collapsed. They were the other team in the National League that collapsed. The Mets collapsed and the Padres collapsed. Now what's different out there is they have a very good manager. But they're 12 games behind the Dodgers. They're 12 games behind the Dodgers. How are they catching the Dodgers? They're 12 games over 500. How much better does this make the Padres? How much better does that make them? I couldn't tell you. Now, Josh Hader is actually a guy that will make them better because he's a better reliever than that Rogers was. But now, I told you, Rogers going to. The Twins will get to postseason. They'll play the Yankees and they'll be out in 4 games. That series will be over so fast. And that Jorge Lopez that's closing for. And then you got Rogers. I'm getting all confused. Rogers goes to Milwaukee. Milwaukee. What a mess. Milwaukee. The Mets should stay away from David Stearns, quite frankly. Gerard Houston still thinks that Ohtani's not getting moved. They said yesterday that Ohtani wasn't getting moved. That Ohtani's staying in Anaheim. Without Mike Trout there, that team has nobody to go see. Rendon can't play. He's out for the season. Mike Trout probably, who knows what's going on with Mike Trout. But they're not moving Ohtani. Ohtani is the kind of player that'll be talked about all offseason. We're going to have a lot of fun with Ohtani trades to the Mets. I can tell you that. But let's finish the season. Let's get to the trading deadline, which is 5 hours and 39 minutes from now. And this channel's been going for almost 4 hours. So Soto is gone. Got to put Josh Bell down. He's gone too. He's also gone in this trade, by the way. So he's gone. They really didn't prove themselves offensively. But are they better than the Dodgers yet? I don't know. We're going to find out. But it doesn't seem like they're better than the Dodgers. They're 12 games back in the Dodgers. How much more does that improve that team? I don't know. I'm just getting tweets about the Soto deal. I moved on from that. They're talking about James Wood as one of the prospects that the Nationals got. He's thought to have the lunch. This is from John Heyman. Let me slow down. James Wood is thought to have. See, here's the thing about being in New York is you talk very fast. And sometimes I talk too fast. From John Heyman, James Wood is thought to have been the linchpin of this deal. The Padres did not want to give him up. A Class A outfielder who's been compared to Willie McCovey. Padres should get credit here mostly for garnering so many great prospects. We'll see. Now, I would point out about Mike Rizzo. He's a very good evaluator of talent. he let Rendon go when people said, you know what, why are you letting him go? He's also a guy that let Bryce Harper go when, and then Bryce Harper went and they won a World Series. Foul player. Padres have a lot of prickly characters on their roster. I could see a lot of club drama like last year. They had a lot of drama last year. They were fighting a lot last year. You know. From Steven, the Padres go to Los Angeles on Friday, so we will just have so we will see just how good they are when we play. Well, we'll see. We will see. We will see. Now, please like this video if you haven't already, and subscribe to the Baseball Hut. You want to participate in the chat, and you're coming through. All you got to do is just subscribe and say hello to your host and to the chat and ask me any questions you want. Big trade today, obviously, with less than 6 hours to go in the trading deadline. We're having a lot of fun here. You know, the Mets have been actually quiet right now. I do expect some movement with the Mets, not at the level of the trade that we haven't had happen here. The Mets were never going to make this kind of a deal. Look for something in the realm now. Since he is off the board and Josh Bell's off the board, and one quick swoop. Keep an eye on Robertson. Here's really the 4 players to keep an eye on. And a 5th player I would mention from Fantasy Sports Revolution. Chafin, Robertson, Contreras, Martinez, and keep an eye on Brandon Drury. Brandon Drury was mentioned late last night, with the Mets. And he's also been mentioned with quite a few other teams. The Braves have actually, even though they've made some moves, they've been actually still quiet. The Braves picked up the big move was Jake Odorizzi went from Houston to the Braves for Will Smith. They moved their closer. And the other move that the Braves made last night was they picked up Robbie Grossman, which I don't think is a good move for the Braves, because even though he's killed lefties, his overall numbers have not been great. They've been terrible. He's been a 200 hitter with Detroit. So those are a couple moves to keep, the moves that they made over the last couple of hours. And obviously the Mets need bullpen help. They could probably use a catcher. They could and certainly need a relief help, and probably a DH bat. Really, if they can get Contreras and they can DH him a little bit, that kind of solves a couple problems. So, hopefully the Mets will get stuff done. Again, we got 5 hours and 34 minutes till the trade deadline. And you're all here with me, watching me, because I'm the best Mets YouTuber, because I know everything about the Mets, past, present, and future. I'll tell you exactly what I think about these players, because I just tell it like it is, honestly. So I will tell you exactly what I think about a lot of these guys, especially when it comes to the New York Mets. So, BChad28 wants to know, what are they asking for Robertson? Well, that's a good question. The Twins, when they made this deal with Baltimore this morning, they gave up 4 pitchers from their farm system. But Lopez is younger than Robertson, so it's hard for me to judge what the Cubs are looking for. I know that they like Matt Allen a lot, because that's been mentioned in the last few hours. But I don't know what the needs are for the Cubs. The Cubs really need everything. So I don't think that they want to get the best deal they can. Is he worth a Vientos? No. Is he worth a Matt Allen? Matt Allen for Robertson? Matt Allen coming off an injury? Probably not. I highly doubt it. So I don't know exactly what their needs are there in Chicago. But for Robertson, you're not going to have to give up a lot for him. A lot of these players, that's why I'm very surprised at the prices that they're asking for with Contreras and then JD Martinez in particular. Him being 35 years old, his power numbers are down. His RBI numbers are down. All his numbers are fairly good, but overall they're down. So I was surprised that they want a top 5 prospect for him. You're not getting Vientos, sorry, or Mauricio for that matter. It doesn't make any sense for the Mets to do those kinds of moves. From Ken Rosendale, Soto deal will not be official until Hosmer agrees to waive. There's no trade stipulation to the Nats. To this point, he has not, according to a source. Negotiations are almost certainly taking place. Okay, whatever. Again, you wonder if Hosmer's going to get flipped to another team. They might be telling him that, though. That you're not going to stay here, but you got to approve the trade to come here first. We make it official, then we'll flip you. They could probably do that. And go to a place that he can't, say no to. Yeah, so let's go. Let me run through the players that are still on the trading block that's been discussed now. So Juan Soto's off. Shohei Ohtani was never getting traded. Trey Mancini's gone. Josh Bell's gone. Luis Castillo, Tommy Pham, Andy Benintendi, Dave Peralta, Taiwan Naquan. I didn't even mention him much. Christian Vasquez, Frankie Montes, gone. All right, the next guy. Next guy is Wilson Contreras, I guess. The Mets and the Rays seem to be the two teams in on him that seem to be the most interested in him. This will go down to the wire. I'm going to tell you that right now. This will go down till 6 p.m. If not, I am a monkey's uncle. I'm a monkey's uncle. This is not too far off from the truth. But yeah, so it'll go down to either the Mets or the Rays. I think Contreras, quite frankly, and then we'll see. After that, we have Ian Happ. After that, it's J.D. Martinez. No, maybe J.D. Martinez in front of Happ. Where's J.D. Martinez going to go? That's a good question. Either he'll. I can see him staying, or going to the Mets or the Brewers. Dom Smith, I can see Dom staying and being left in the minors. I can definitely see that. Brandon Drury is going to get traded. I've heard 3 teams with him. The Dodgers. Now, the Dodgers are going to have to do something now because they lost out on, and the Cardinals are going to have to do something too. Because the two of those teams were very much in on trying to make a deal. Trying to make a deal for Soto. So now they're going to have to scramble to sort of mitigate what didn't happen for them. So whatever the Cardinals do will be interesting. Keep an eye on Noah Syndergaard with the Cardinals. I could see him going there because they need pitching. See, the Cardinals were a weird spot because I really thought that the Cardinals were going to get him because of the history. But obviously they didn't want to give up that prospect they have. So keep an eye on Noah. But they need pitching. They have enough offense, I think. And so it was kind of strange they were so interested in Soto. So that'll be interesting to keep an eye on. Tyler Mahle, I would say keep an eye on him with the Reds, but the Reds and the Cardinals hate each other. I don't think he's going there. Ian Happ, maybe I've heard Los Angeles and again the Cardinals and the Cubs hate each other. So I think that probably Happ, I could see him going to the Dodgers. Not Zay. What's the move we're looking at? Probably Contreras, I think. Contreras or Martinez still. Martinez or Contreras. Because Bell is gone. I did that. So funny. I did the video on Bell this morning. Let me get another video up there for you to watch. And we'll just do a real quick video. And guy got moved to the Padres. And the video bombed. Video bombed. Video bombed. Unfortunately. But that's how it is sometimes. Post a video and it bombs sometimes. Not say also is Noah Syndergaard getting traded to the Yankees? I don't think so. They got Frankie Matos, and Matos is better than Noah at this point. So I don't think Noah's going there. I think the teams that'll be in on Noah is the Blue Jays, the Cardinals, and the Phillies. And I've got the Twins here, the White Sox, and the Braves. I got a funny feeling he's going to get traded to the Phillies. He'd be better off going to the Cardinals, but I think he'll be going to the Phillies just so he can be uncomfortable pitching at Citi Field. Because I think the fans are going to boo him at Citi Field. Just from reading some of the comments in the chat and some comments here over the last couple of months when I did a video on Noah, that a lot of Met fans are very irritated with him. They're very, very uptight with Noah because he, said he was going to stay with the Mets, and then when they gave him a contract, he couldn't wait to leave. And no, absolutely not. Noah could have stayed here, Somebody that covers the Dodgers says it's about the Nationals. I can't get over the Nationals having lost Bryce Harper, Anthony Rendon, Max Scherzer, Trey Turner, and Juan Soto, all gone in a matter of a few years. Well, I would mention this about the Nationals. They were the Montreal Expos. The Montreal Expos are the Nationals. They're the same franchise, by the way. So the apple doesn't go too far from the tree, as it turns out. So, yes, the Contreras will cross out the Padres for now. With the Padres out, that's one less team for Contreras to go. So they're gone. But interesting. See on the side here. And of course, to see all these players that were with the Nationals, it's kind of like what happened with the Expos. They had Tim Raines, they had Gary Carter, Andre Dawson, and within like 3 or 4 years, they were all gone. All gone. 3 Hall of Fame players on the same team. All gone. Bye-bye. So long. Farewell. And again, please subscribe if you haven't already. Oh boy, this is not good. This is from the Los Angeles Times reporter. Hearing Padres first baseman Hosmer is not thrilled about being traded to the Nationals. Well, no kidding. Well, I wouldn't be happy either. But they're going to be bad for the next 2-3 years. So he'll likely take a chunk of money or maybe an additional year add to his already a crazy 8-year, $144 million deal to get him to sign off on the deal. They should just tell him we're going to trade you. Just trade the guy. I mean, you just trade the guy. Just tell him we're going to trade you as soon as the deadline hits. If the Nationals give him more money, they'd be crazy. MLB executive, that guy has great hot takes. Imagine being the general manager of the Angels and your owner refuses to trade Shohei Ohtani. What kind of package would he return? Exactly. Right on, right on. Right on, right on, right on. What kind of package did that guy bring in? That guy could change your entire franchise. Oh, so this contract with Hosmer is all front loaded. All the money's coming in. Oh, let me see. Bob Nightingale. Eric Hosmer's 8-year, $144 million contract is backloaded. He's scheduled to earn $13 million a year for the next 3 years after this one. Hosmer is from Miami, close to where the Nats have their spring training camp. But going from a contender to to a rebuilding team may be tough to swallow. Well, not for nothing, but the Padres were not a winning team when he got there. Wow. That is you go from the penthouse or close to the penthouse to the outhouse. Oh, well. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of his. I'm not a big fan of Eric Hosmer, quite frankly. So I don't feel bad for him. One iota. And it has nothing to do with what he did against the Mets years ago. Just don't care for him, quite frankly. Don't care for him at all. Hold on a second. I need a drink. Look. So I have no problems with him getting moved and being on a bad team. F him. I'm not taking it personal about 2015. I think I might be. James Hong says, if we get Wilson on this rental, I'm a happy guy. Okay. But you don't want to give Vientos. You don't want to give up some big prospect for him. You don't want to give up somebody big for him. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? We're now 5 hours and 20 minutes until the trade deadline. That's just fun. I like doing this. I can't wait till next year. Can't wait till the off season. Can't wait till next year. But we still got to get through this season to get where we got to go. And of course, please subscribe if you haven't already. You're going a few more hours. Better buckle up. Let me just check something. Make sure my computer doesn't overheat. It seems to be okay. I never used the computer for this length of time for any kind of live stream, so we're getting into uncharted territory with my very crappy computer that I got of Acer Google Chrome. So we'll see how much further we can go without this whole thing collapsing here. This is some system I got here, let me tell you. And again, if you're coming in for the first time, thank you for subscribing and being willing to watch. Okay, here's from Jim Bowden. The Nationals-Padres deal does not hinge on Hosmer being a part of it. The deal is done regardless, according to sources directly involved. So they could always pull Hosmer if he doesn't accept the deal. They probably said, F you, Hosmer. We're going to just say, you know what? We don't need you and your shit. So that's interesting. And why even bother putting him in there? Let's go to the Mets trade rumors on the side here so I know. Guys, please like this video if you haven't already. No due diligence. That Hosmer is not holding up that deal, according to the reports. The deal's going to happen whether he's in it or not. From John Morrissey, the Padres and Eric Hosmer's reps currently negotiating about what it would take for Hosmer to approve his trade to the Nationals. Juan Soto, Josh Bell blockbuster, in its current form is contingent on Hosmer's assent. Well, now I'm seeing contradictions here. Now I'm seeing two different things here. One media guy is saying it doesn't matter. The other one says it matters. So I don't know which to believe. Oh, Bob Nightingale said that the trade has nothing to do. Well, then I'll take Morrissey's report more accurately. Interesting. It's always interesting to see who's right and who's wrong in the spot. I'll take Morrissey over Nightingale. Nightingale always gets this stuff wrong, by the way. He always gets it wrong. Now, please, of course, I'll be going a few more hours, so if I get a little quiet and tired, understand. I've never done a long live stream like this. So, I have plenty of time to relax and the rest of the week. Matthew Crockett. What's the best case look like for the rest of today? Are you talking about the Mets? Well, I think that they will get relief help. I think they will get a bat. The bat could vary from Contreras to Martinez to Drury. Or somebody we don't know. I might not even have him on my list. Joseph Baffy. Hosmer don't need to be in the deal. He's just a salary dump. I know. Just a salary dump. Well, we'll see. We will see, shall we? Yes, we shall. So 4 hours into this and 5 hours and 15 minutes until the trading deadline. We've had one of the biggest trades in the history of baseball take place in the last hour. Juan Soto and Josh Bell went from the Nationals to the Padres and a 25-player trade. Pretty much. The entire Padres farm system has been traded for Juan Soto and Josh Bell, who will be a free agent after. I wonder if they'll resign him, Josh Bell. So considering that Hosmer's gone. BChad28 asked me, how do you feel about the Mets and Reds trade? And I mean, they brought in another guy that has experience in postseason. He seems to be a bit of a character guy. That's kind of what they poured in with him and with Vogelback. You have guys here that seem to have the ability to hit right-handed pitching. They basically replaced Dom Smith with these two guys. They certainly replaced Dom Smith with Vogelback. Also, keep in mind they might flip Vogelback if they bring in a pretty good DH. They might flip him. They might flip Vogelback. You never know. And again, Dom Smith is still here. All right, Dom Smith is still on the Mets right now. Even though he's on the IL, he can be traded. He's about to begin a rehab assignment, so he can come back to the majors. He also could be sent down to AAA minor leagues. They might option him out. He has options to get sent down to the minors. Also, the minor league season does not end at the early part of September. It ends at the end of September. They have full seasons now with the minor leagues. So we get a chance. These players get a chance to play a little bit longer than they would if this was the past. We're not in the past anymore, obviously. So, but the Reds trade was interesting because I heard Naquan was going to be put up in a trade. I didn't know it would be the Mets. That was a bit of a surprise. And he's done okay since he's been here. Vogelback's really done well. He's basically brought in everything they said he was going to do. Get on base, get some, have some extra base pop. He's not hit a home run yet. That's going to be fun to watch him hit a home run out. Hope he does it at Citi Field. Place will go crazy. Let's see here. Oh, it's just about the trading deadline. I'm just looking at my thing here. From MLB executive Burner, Scott Boras gets one client pending free agent Josh Bell out of DC. Ensures no qualifying offer to weigh down his market. Also gives other clients Wood Gore better opportunity to find balls and make money in DC. Now he'll get Hosmer a trade assignment bonus. Man. Maybe he'll get traded. You never know. So I mean, if they hold on to him, I would assume that they'll hold on to him and not move him going forward. Now, please, of course, like this video if you haven't already, and subscribe. Meanwhile, let's see. So if Hosmer stays accepts this trade, the Padres are paying the Padres are paying the full salary. Holy shit! You read this right from Jim Bowden. If Hosmer would accept the deal to the Padres, to the Nationals, the Padres are paying the full salary for the next 3 years of his contract. Holy shit! So the Nationals aren't paying any of this contract. That is crazy. Boy, you talk about desperate. Boy, the Padres better win the World Series. All right, here's Bob Nightingale. The Juan Soto deal is done with the Padres. However, the deal does not include Eric Hosmer. So Eric Hosmer is not part of this trade. So he must have refused. He must have refused the trade. He must have refused it. Wow, what a jerk! See, I told you, he's a jerk. And now they have and then they said they were going to pay it. Wow. Wow. So I would think that the Padres are going to move him. They're going to trade him to someplace now. I wonder if they go back to the Mets and say, you know what do you think about this? And then if I were the Mets, tell them to go F off. Man, that's probably what must have happened. They probably went to Hosmer and said, I'm not going in. They probably said, screw you. We're still making this trade. But the idea that the Padres were willing to pay that money and Hosmer refused to trade anyway? Crazy. I told you, Hosmer is a jerk, Hosmer looks at things, you can't, be there for a couple months. Be there for a couple of months and then, ask for a trade. and there were teams interested in him. It wasn't like, there wasn't interested because the Mets were going to pick him up and they were going to trade him. The Mets were going to pick him up and move him. But, oh well. So now the trade deadline is now 5 hours and 8 minutes from now. And this show has gone on for over 4 hours. God help me. Not tired yet. Not tired of this. My voice might be shot by the end. It'll probably be shot by tomorrow. Probably do a live stream tomorrow in the morning. We'll see. See if anything else new. Amazing that Hosmer's not going to go. What a jerk. I mean, what a big jerk that guy is. So it's interesting to see that this trade is still going to happen, but Hosmer's not going in this trade. So I'm going to assume that they're going to move him. They have to move him now. They can't have him on that team. So this is the second time in a year that the Padres tried to move Hosmer and something prevented it from happening. The first time was Paddock having lousy X-rays that the Mets were reading. And that trade didn't happen because the Mets saw that and they didn't want to deal with him. And that deal didn't go through. He was going to get traded to the Mets in that deal, along with Paddock and Pagan. That's Emilio Pagan. And now he's part of the Soto deal, which was one of the biggest trades in the history of baseball. And he refused that deal. He's refused this deal now, and but the trade's still going down. He has to get moved. You can't hold on to that guy. You can't hold on to that guy, and think that you're going to win. So let's see here. Now, of course, please like this video if you haven't already, and subscribe to the Baseball Hut as we go along here. Over the next couple of hours, hopefully we'll get closer to the deadline. We'll have some movement by the Mets. Hopefully, we'll get some moves by the Mets. I can tell you. Right now, everything's about Soto, and Soto. That I do know. So let me say something. Again, we got 5 hours and 4 minutes to the trade deadline. Big trade for today was Juan Soto has gone to the Padres with Josh Bell in a big trade of about 6 players. Eric Hosmer was originally in the deal, but he's not in the deal now. So he's gone. That's not going to happen. So, bye-bye. So long. All right. All right. Listen, John Morrissey. One scenario under discussion between the Padres and Eric Hosmer's representatives. Hosmer may request that he end up with a team other than the Nationals as part of a 3-team deal. The situation remains fluid. Keep an eye on Boston. Yeah, so that deal's going to happen. That trade is going to happen now. Keep an eye on Michael Conforto. Would anybody be shocked if Michael Conforto would be the Nationals right fielder in September? I wonder if the Nationals are calling up Michael to get him to play for them, because they don't have a right fielder now. Can you imagine that? Michael Conforto and right field? I could see that, definitely. Definitely see that now. I don't know about you folks, but definitely can see that happening. Yeah, Hosmer can't hold up the deal. The deal has nothing to do with him, I guess. He was just a throw-in. I think they were hoping that he would accept that deal. All right. So let's look at some of these teams now that this whole thing has been settled, I guess. at least with the Soto part of this. Since Soto has been moved in with Josh Bell, we got a lot of bad teams still out there. Washington still has a couple pieces, I guess, in their bullpen that can get moved. Detroit has bullpen pieces that are going to get moved. Kansas City has a couple pieces. We'll see what Merrifield gets moved in that situation. They're really bad. They're really bad. The Royals. The Tigers are disgustingly bad. The Angels, keep an eye on them. They've been talking about Noah Syndergaard, talking of Aaron Loup getting moved. If I were the Mets, I'd stay away from Aaron Loup. He's not what he was when he was with the Mets last year. The A's, keep an eye on Sean Murphy. Maybe he gets moved. He's going to be going to arbitration. Maybe there's a possibility he gets moved. The Mets would sort of mentioned about him a little bit. Houston is, well, not Houston now since they picked up Vasquez, but maybe Tampa. Keep an eye on that. Miami, we've heard they made him keep an eye on Jorge Lopez. If he gets, not Jorge Lopez, what the hell's his name? The guy who pitched last night. No, it's going to pitch, I don't know, the other day against the Mets. From Joel Sherman. Nets had a 337 winning percentage with Bell Soto by far best hitters on the team, averaging 4 fewest run. What do they look like now for 11 and 6 against the Mets? Oh my God. They're going to be so bad. God, they're going to be terrible. They're one of the worst teams ever now. They're going to be so bad over the next few years. They're going to be so bad for a long time, the Nationals. Or the Washington Expos, as they really should be called. They're going to be so bad. Terrible. Terrible how they let that happen down there. Terrible situation. Anyway, so Oakland is a team to keep an eye on still. Hopefully they will get to see some more movement from them. We'll see if they trade their catcher. See if they trade some of their bullpen pieces. See if they trade Paul Blackburn. I don't think they'll move him. With the Mets obviously need bullpen help. They need a lefty, they need a righty. They could use another bat, preferably right-handed. The Braves have been quiet other than what they did last night. Always concerned about what they do. They're 3.5 games behind the Mets, 4 games back in the loss column. The Phillies seem to be in on some starting pitching. Tyler Malley's one piece. Another piece is Noah Syndergaard. Miami, I don't know what the hell the Marlins are doing. I don't think that lady down there knows what she's doing, quite frankly. And I think her hands are kind of tied as well. Milwaukee did the most confounding trade of the trading deadline. That's they trade the all-star closer, Josh Hader, for the closer of the Padres. I don't know what they're doing. The Cardinals, they picked up Jose Quintana. We'll see where they go from here because they were in on Soto. I'm sure they'll be busy. I'm sure they're looking at Noah Syndergaard as well. They don't need a whole heck of a lot. I did 3 games back of the Brewers. They are 1 game back of the Phillies, who had the last wild card. Keep an eye on the Cubs. They have a bunch of pieces that are going to get moved. David Robertson's going to get moved. Ian Happ's going to get moved. Wilson Contreras is going to get moved. Michael Gibbons is going to get moved. Carl Edwards Jr. is probably going to get moved. Also understand there's no waiver deals anymore. So all these deals got to get done in about 4 hours and 98 minutes. Oh, 58 minutes. I'm all right. From the Morph, the Mets do nothing to fill the holes. I will be disappointed. Oh, Damien, I think since the Padres got Bell and Soto, I think the Dodgers need to acquire some more bullpen help. I would think that that we're looking for left-handed pitching. First of all, don't take the Lord's name in vain, White Mike 29-23. The Padres just became the best lineup in MLB history. Oh, really? Oh, really? You ever heard of the Big Red Machine? You ever heard of Murderers Row? I don't think so. They had one of the worst lineups in baseball. Give me a break. They don't even have the best lineup in that division. They had a 337 winning percentage in Washington. Sheesh, calm yourself down. And they don't have Scherzer and DeGrom, by the way. Cincinnati. They have a few more pieces left. They moved Tommy Pham and Frankie and Luis Castillo the other day. And Naquin, whatever the hell his name is. To the Mets. They still have Tyler Mallett. Keep an eye on him. I've heard Cleveland, San Diego. I might take San Diego out. The Dodgers, St. Louis, I don't think he'll go. Philadelphia and Minnesota. So he might be going in. Well, if that's the case there, White Mike, and you're going. But it's relevant to me. Then why take his name in vain? If it's not relevant. Sorry. I'll cross that line. All right. The Pirates, what do they have to do? What do they have left? They traded Quintana. They don't really have much left now. The Giants, where are the Giants going? They're right there. How many games did they? But they played terrible last night. They're 4.5 games behind the Phillies. And they are currently 5.5 games behind the Padres for second place in the division and for one of the wild cards. Where are the Padres going? Interesting. The Rockies. Who has the worst organization in baseball? Is it the Tigers, the Rockies? Is it the Tigers or the Rockies? Which is the worst team in baseball? Who has the worst organization? Because the Rockies, look at the mess they have there. They traded Arenado. Doesn't seem they got much for him. They paid money to the Cardinals to take him. They took average to mediocre prospects back. They let Trevor Story sit there in Colorado. They didn't get anything for him other than some qualifying offer they gave him. The same thing with John Gray. What the hell are they doing there? What a mess. And then you had the Tigers, who were completely lost. The Tigers are completely lost. What is up with those two teams? Which is worse at this point? As I drop my phone. Hold on a second. From Matthew. Let's see. If the Padres go to the Mets and say, take Hosmer, we will pay the whole contract, do the Mets do that and get rid of Dom? No, because they have two lefties now on their roster. They would have to get rid of Vogelback and consider moving. It's just too much. I wouldn't do that now. That is not something the Mets will do. That is not something the Mets will do. That I can guarantee that one. The Mets aren't doing that one. Evil Zilla says this: we need to get Divas from Boston and the catcher closer from Cubs. Well, I'm going to assume you mean the Mets, Evil Zilla. But Divas isn't going anywhere. And the Mets have Brett Beatty that's going to be ready sometime next year. So that's not happening. That trade's not happening. Anthony DeComo, supply demand is so important in the trade market. And this year's a great one to be buying lefty relievers. Of the top 25 lefties relief strikeout leads, 15 of them a full 3/5 play from sub 500 teams. including Andrew Chafin, Joe Manaply, Juan Soto, and more. Devers isn't a rental. What the hell are you talking about? Devers is no way a rental. You know, there's no way he's a rental. He's not a rental. Far from it. No way is he a rental. No way you're smoking. He's got another year in his contract. He isn't a free agent until the following year. Hello, McBlam Racing? Are you kidding me? You can either... Do I have to show you this? He is a free agent after next year, not this year. And they said already, Boston already said, they're not trading him. Okay? Bogarts can opt out of his contract. And they're not trading him either. Devers isn't going anywhere. Holy shit. You don't need... This Mets team does not need all-stars. And if you're so smart, you would know that Devers is on the IL. Okay? Devers is on the IL. If you're going to make up a trade where you know something about the player and his situation. The guy is hurt. He is not getting moved. Okay? You don't need superstars at every position. All right? You don't need that. It doesn't work like that in baseball. Maybe in the other sports it does. Maybe in basketball it does. Okay? Rafael Devers is on the injured list. He can't play. He can't play at this point. And they're not moving him. They said they weren't moving him. The Mets have prospects at third base. And they have Escobar keeping the seat warm. They don't need a Rafael Devers. And he's been no way connected to any team over the last few weeks. Okay? From Frank Matos, better fit Contreras or Martinez? Contreras, because you can catch him and you can DH him. Martinez, you bring him in here, he's got to play every day, and it kind of makes Vogelback a little bit awkward. Oh, really? The Mets need power? Well, that's obvious, but why are you picking a guy that isn't going to be here? Find a guy that's not going to be. That's going to get moved. From Matthew, this Soto thing is holding up the whole market. I hope the Mets smack the Padres in the playoffs. We'll see. We'll see. Everything's running a little slow right now. I'm a little irritated, as you can tell. As you can tell, I get a little irritated with stupidity. Very, very easily. Take that down. From Misha Nakuta. You'd think the Jays are going to do something. I don't know. I heard Syndergaard. So maybe Syndergaard. Beachhead 28. I better see a trade around 3 p.m. Why is that? What's the rush? What is the rush, man? What's the rush? No rush here. I'm here till 6 p.m. That's for sure. We got 4 hours and 48 minutes to go. And then I'll take a break for a couple of days. Take a long break for a couple of days, folks. And of course, please subscribe to the Baseball Hut in the meanwhile. Channel's doing great. Everything's doing pretty good. Everything's doing really well. All right. From Mark Feinstein. With Juan Soto seemingly heading to San Diego, the Dodgers are looking at Ian Happ and David Robertson. For both perhaps sources. Plenty of competition for both players, however. Mets said to be interested in Robinson and Wilson Contreras as well. Let me put down the Dodgers with Robinson. Kind of figured they would be skulking around. They're going to have to do something because they have to losing out on Soto. They got to find somebody to get a lefty out. And of course, please subscribe. So the Dodgers are in on Robertson. The Dodgers, I wouldn't think the Yankees now after they got Trevino. But the White Sox, I don't know why the White Sox. White Sox would just fold. But I guess they can't with their manager's 110 years old. I guess they can't fold this year, I guess. So the Dodgers have to pivot. Do they make a big move or a little move? It seems like a little move tonight. Getting Ian Happ, by the way. So. And of course, please like this video along the way if you haven't already. Let me see something. Yeah, so the other team that's after Robertson is pretty much everybody, really. Pretty much everybody. Every team. But the Mets really like him a lot. Hello, Cody Travis. How are you? I remember Rafael Devers, somebody mentioned him in the chat before. That the Mets should get him. Meanwhile, the Mets don't really need him. They need power. You got to have a trade that makes sense. You're going to come up with trades, have them make sense. And have them be a player that's available. That's not injured. Injured players can be traded. Hold on a second. No. Matthew Landau. Mets should trade for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Makes total sense to me. You know what? You're absolutely right. That makes total sense. Makes sense to me. Actually, the biggest acquisition beyond Juan Soto is Jacob deGrom. He's pitching for the Mets tonight. That's the guy to watch tonight. By the way, we'll see. We'll see how well he does. Who knows? He's only going to throw 75 pitches. Kristen Nunez. What would you give for Contreras and Robertson? Okay. Well, Dom Smith will have to go in that deal. Probably give them Khalil Lee. I would consider giving them Matthew Allen. Perhaps a mid-range prospect, a pitcher, and maybe another player. So maybe like a 5-for-2 swap. Yeah, I mean, Dom has been mentioned with the Cubs for the last few weeks. So obviously they have, and he can be traded. Injured players can be moved. So that's an obvious thing. Hold on a second. Yeah, so that's the kind of trade that you could probably do to get to make that happen. I don't think it's going to take Vientos or Mauricio for that. Not for two guys that are rentals, and one guy's 37 years old. That's not going to take a lot. It shouldn't take a lot, quite frankly. What's this? It's from Joel Sherman. Please keep in mind from my history with Showalter, he'll want a left-handed reliever who does well versus right-handers too. That's Matt Moore, Gregory Soto, Lionel Perez, Andrew Chafin, plus David Robertson. Dominates lefties. Okay. We'll see. That's good to know. That's good to know. Let's see what else is going on here. So again, please like this video and subscribe. As we go along to this marathon show. All I need now is Jerry Lewis to come out here. And ask you for donations. So we'll see now where everything breaks here for the Mets. Seems to be breaking up a little bit with Soto going and Bell going. Nothing else on the horizon at the moment. So I probably should take a long break. That's what I should do right now. Sitting here for 2 hours. But let me see here. Matthew Landau. Who could be a surprise player the Mets get? Oh, okay, let's see. Joey Gallo. How about that? That'd be a surprise. I don't think there's going to be any surprises here, to be honest with you. Noah Syndergaard? Maybe Noah? Maybe. That'd be a surprise. I don't think there's any surprises really in this trading deadline, to be honest with you. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, okay. Here's something interesting. From somebody called Ben Nicholson Smith. Blue Jays scene is very busy in pitching market. One name I've heard come up a couple times, the possible target is Rocio Iglesias, who Jays have pursued before. I haven't heard his name. Should have put his name down. That'd be interesting for the Mets. Interesting. That's a guy we haven't heard much of. From Park Air. What rookie has impressed you so far this season? For me, it's Sawinski. Despite the slump sending him down, he was killing it before and demolishing AAA pitching right now. I haven't really followed the rookies, to be honest with you. So focused in on the Mets and a couple other things. I haven't really focused in on the rookie of the years. Sad rookie. I know that Suzuki has done a good job in Chicago, and he was doing well until he got hurt. So you would have to tell me more about that than I would. Riku 78. With Epler sleeping at the wheel, and the Mets probably not going to do any deals to fix our bullpen. There's Konax Epler. Really? Do I have to show you the Mets record? Really? I'm going to have to show you the Mets record. 28 games over 500. That's not sleeping at the wheel. Really? He's made 3 trades already. He's not sleeping. You can't trade any prospects for these bats. You can't do that. Holy crap. All right, this is about the Padres and the Eric Hosmer. Eric Hosmer rejected the trade to the Nationals and will not be part of the Soto deal. This is from Mark finds them. Now the Padres had less than 5 hours to figure out what to do with Hosmer, who's owed $39 million for 3 years. Look, if you don't like it, Riku, go talk to the Mets. I've said this plenty of times. You don't like the general manager, let the Mets have a 6th general manager over the last 5 years. Okay? What do you want them to do at this point? What do you want the Mets to do? You tell me what you want. Don't come in here and complain. Come and tell me what you want. Don't tell me what you don't like. Tell me what you want. It's as simple as that. What do you want the Mets to do? You tell the chat here, what do you want the Mets to do? You have the floor. Did you think that the general manager is sleeping at the wheel with a team that is 28 games above 500? You tell me. You tell me what you want. Epler didn't even call the Nats on Soto. Really? They weren't getting Soto. The Mets were never trading him. The Nationals were never trading him to the Mets, ever. So let's be realistic. Let's be realistic here. That's what you want. You want Soto? That wasn't happening. And the word was the Mets did call the Nationals for Soto. We've known for months we need bullpen help. Again, you're all over the place. Who do you want? Don't know generalizations. Tell me what you want. Don't give me Soto. That's what everybody else is talking about. And the bullpen. Give me real names. Who you want. Okay? And he signed Max Scherzer. If that doesn't tell you that the guy's not asleep at the wheel, he's not asleep at the wheel, believe me. That's a damn sure. All right? Again, you want certain things. You want a bat and bullpen help. Who? Names. We want names. I want names. We don't want general. Everybody wants a bat. Everyone wants bullpen help. Who? Did not get Soto. Drop it. The Nationals were never trading him to the Mets. Even the Mets had those prospects. They were not doing that. Tell me. Don't complain. Tell me. Tell me exactly who you want. Realistically. The Mets will never trade Alvarez. Okay? That's what they want. Sorry about that. You're silent. Please, tell me, please. I want more than just a generalization of a bat, and Soto is not going to be that bat. So who do you want the Mets to get? Who do you want in the bullpen? Very simple questions. Plenty of names out there that can help the Mets. The Mets are not far away. The Mets can win a World Series. Soto's been on a team that has a .300 winning percentage. He did not help them win much. Okay? And you can wait 3 years from now when he's a free agent. So you don't have to get him now. You can get him at the end of when his contract is up. So who do you want the Mets to get? Wilson and the guy from Arizona. Who's the guy from Arizona? I don't know who the guy from Arizona is. I don't think it's the Arizona asshole. That's something else. From Breeze, I heard you guys want Fulmer and Chafin. Is that true? Yes. And a few others. Breeze asked me, what about Wilson from Charles as the Mets? Well, that's a possibility. But again, with him, you can't give up a Vientos for him. Oh, Maniply. Oh, okay. Well, how much is that going to cost? Their closer. Rico, do you know any names of players? I don't think you know any names of players. Wasn't Melanson the closer out there in Seattle in Arizona? Put him in the 8th inning, Diaz in the 9th, Otto in the 7th. What the hell's going on here? You're confused and you're making me confused in the chat. Let me see. Hold on a second. Serious show. Very serious here. From Primo Brady, which prospect do you think we have to give up for Contreras? I think somebody like Khalil Lee. Otto? I just saw that thought. There is no Otto. Oh, Ottavino in the 7th? Well, he's been in the 7th, I think. First of all, Melanson is the closer. Melanson is the closer in Arizona. And he's been terrible this year. Maniply is a lefty. Is a lefty. And he's not the closer. This is just as I assumed. We got a bit of a troll in here, trying to sort of get me all worked up. You're just throwing names out there. You're just throwing names out there. I kind of figured that. Below Chase, Contreras to the Mets or Rays, it seems that's going to happen. Yeah. You'll either go one or the other, I would think. Go to one or the other. Yeah, so Hosmer's not going to the Nationals. He's not going to the Nationals. That's not a surprise. He doesn't want to go there. Who the hell wants to go to the Nationals now when they're so bad? You know? Why would they ever want to go there? Who would want to ever go there at this point? Yeah, this Rico 70, he's nothing more than a troll, to be honest with you. I kind of figured it. But, so we'll see what happens here. Obviously, we have about Beat Chad says the Mets should trade him. Like, he's hurt. You don't want him. American Mafia Me, the Mets were linked to the Maniply early in the month. Yeah, but I haven't heard much. It doesn't seem like Arizona knows what the hell they're doing either. All right. All right, here's a couple of things. This is from Jim Bowden, some Met stuff here. Here are possible new dominoes. Next dominoes expected to fall. Contreras with the Rays, the Mets and the Guardians in the hunt. Happ with the Blue Jays, the Dodgers mentioned. Malay and Syndergaard with the Phillies and the Twins involved. Pablo Lopez with the Dodgers, Cardinals, and the Twins. J.D. Martinez and Dom Smith possible match. The bullpen in Toronto, boy. If the Mets can trade Dom Smith for J.D. Martinez, that would be perfect. One-on-one trade, and let's do it. Let's do it. Right. Just do it. Do it. Get it done. Get it done. So that would be very good for the Mets. I would just get rid of Don. Don has no place to play here. I've said this for the last few uh, weeks now since they made these trades. That is a guy. These are guys that need to. He has to go, and it'll be interesting to see if they brought in a Martinez. Would that basically be the end of J.D. Davis? I'm sort of 50-50 on that. I think JD could still stay here, even if they brought in the other JD. A lot of JDs here is going to get awfully confusing here. I'll tell you that. Exactly, Breeze. I mean, why would the Nationals ever trade him within division? Why would they ever make that trade with the Mets? It doesn't make any sense. Cole says Red Sox would want more than just Dom. Well, fine, but for a guy that's 35 years old with with back problems and his power is down, I think they'd probably have to give a little bit more. But I don't think it would be much more. Crypto Beast. What a great name. I love some names that come here. I like the chicken sandwich guy. Is the chicken sandwich guy here? I like the chicken sandwich guy. The Jays have got to do something. Well, you want to know Syndergaard back? And that's what we're talking about. Or Tyler Malley. See Tyler Malley go. Where's Tyler? I write them down. Well, they're not down as the Blue Jays are. But American Mafia Media. Would you do a Don Smith, J.D. Davis, or J.D. Martinez? I would. But would the Red Sox do? Probably not. Because the Mets didn't get any production out of them. So why would the Red Sox do that? Hey, what's up there? The chicken sandwich guy. Love you. You have the name of the year on this channel. Primo Brady says, you think the Mets want Syndergaard back? No. They don't need him. They have so much starting pitching that they have to send David Peterson down to the minor leagues. Let's see what's going on. Oh boy, you're not gonna like this Crypto Beast. This is from John Heyman. Hearing the Jays players disappointed to see them not doing anything yet, and probably seeing the first place Yankees get better. Still 4.5 hours to go, however, and they are working on pitching and maybe a lefty bat. How about Dom Smith to the Phillies? I mean, to the Blue Jays. Let me get rid of him. Yeah, an irresistible chicken sandwich. That is a great name. That's great. That would be a great name for a channel. Crypto Beast, the Jays have made only one good trade this year, and that was the Tapia trade. I still hate the McGuire for Collins trade. I want Reese back. Well, Reese has now moved on. He's gone to the Red Sox. So that's not happening. Breeze, what should the Tigers do? Pray. How about that? That's the Tigers should do. Pray. What the Tigers should do. The Tigers need to. They brought in all those players in the offseason. They brought in Bias. He's done nothing for them. Done nothing. All right. All right. Crypto Beast, I got a trade for you. This is from Jeff Pazan. The Toronto Blue Jays are finalizing a deal with the Miami Marlins. Sources tell ESPN. Shortstop Jordan Groshans is going to Miami. Zach Pop and others are going to Toronto. Pablo Lopez is not in the deal. Okay. Zach Pop. Zach Pop. So you got to trade here. Blue Jays closing in on a deal with Marlins for Zach Pop from multiple sources. Other pieces expected to be Jordan Groshans believed to be headed to Miami. Yeah, Zach Pop to the Blue Jays. So you got Zach Pop. He's a Canadian. He's from Canada. So you got a Canadian there. Hey, God bless you. God bless you. That's a rip roar. Hey, they did something. Don't be complaining. They did something, Crypto Beast. I think I'm giving him a meltdown. Sorry. Just reporting on what happened. Sorry. All right. Marlins sent Anthony Bass, Zach Pop, smaller piece for Jordan Groshans, top 100 prospect for Blue. That seems like a lot. a bunch of relievers. That's the best that Ken Nang can do. That's the best you can do. Let me check something quick. Like I said, I got a lousy computer. I don't want this burning on me. All right, it's okay for now. Well, you asked them to do something. They're doing something. That's right. I mean, the Marlins, they're doing something. That Ken Nang, boy, she's doing some job down there. She's doing some job. Doing some job down there. Work for all these big teams, the Yankees, the White Sox, the Dodgers, and it's the best she can do. She's awesome. See, there you go, Crypto Beast. So actually, you're okay. Look at that. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you're happy. Even if you're not a Met fan, but I like to make people happy, believe it or not. And that Soto guy, he sort of left, didn't he? Yes, Jankowski got picked up off of waivers, and he's no longer here. It's with the Marlins. Crypto B says it's going to be the Padres and the Yankees in the World Series. If you say so. I'm not a big fan of this Yankee team, by the way. And that has nothing to do because I'm a Met fan. They did not look good against. They don't do well against good pitching. And Scherzer basically embarrassed them. So we're now 4 hours and 19 minutes from the trading deadline, folks. We've got a ways to go here. Got a little trade here. So Anthony Bass and Zach Pop got popped and sent to the Blue Jays. Interesting. Yeah, so Anthony Bass is the big player, and he's going to Toronto with Pop. So that's a decent trade for the Blue Jays. And again, what is Miami doing? Who knows? Who knows what the hell they're doing? Who knows what they're doing at this rate? I know what I'm doing. I'm still talking. Still going. Still going strong, folks. Still going. And of course, please subscribe if you haven't already and like the video. So Juan Soto is gone. Josh Bell is gone. And we're back to being here at the baseball hut, waiting for Mets moves to happen. I'm going to keep doing that until we get to the deadline. It's just a few hours away. 5 hours into the live stream. From Breeze, what would you What would you guys give us for Fulmer and Chafin? Oh, well, I don't know. You're not gonna get a lot for Fulmer, to be honest with you. You're gonna get quite a bit for Chafin because he's pretty good. Uh, uh, Mothman, be positive, Mothman. You still got time. Got plenty of time. You got till a second before the deadline. So, of course, please like this video if you haven't already and subscribe to the Baseball Hut. Not going anywhere. I will say this, I'm taking a break tomorrow. No videos tomorrow. That's for sure. And I'll be back on Thursday with a live stream in the morning. I got stuff to do tomorrow, but I got to relax. No live streams tonight, folks. Nothing tonight. Let's see what's going on here. What's going on? It's just about the Blue Jays trade. Cares about that. On that crypto beast, nobody cares. All right, here's from John Heyman. Expectations: Padres will look to trade Hosmer to one of the 19 teams not on his no-trade list now. There's been some interest over the last couple of years from the Cubs, the Rangers, and others. I bet the Red Sox, too, would be interested in that guy. So since he's now in the market, there could be an issue with the Mets trying to would be an interesting move? Would be a one-for-one move? Hosmer for Contreras. Maybe I could see that. Can't you see that? Contreras for Hosmer? Well, we'll keep an eye on that. That's a little concerning. I don't want to see Contreras going to another team that's made improvements that the Mets have to deal with later on. What are you like crazy? This is a crazy comment. I feel bad for you Met fans. You have two of the best pitchers in baseball in the ground and Scherzer, one of the best powers in baseball, but for some reason you can't string together. String together what? They're 28 games above 500. They're gonna win. They'll probably win tonight and tomorrow. They'll be 30 games over. They're in first place. Blue Jays aren't in first place. You're in third place. Kidding me? And I would mention DeGrom's been out for a year. You don't want to face the Mets in postseason. Do you want to face the Mets in October? Do you want the Blue Jays facing the Mets in October? Nobody wants to face the Mets in October. And the moves the Mets are making are moves that are for like championships. Well, that just happened. I mean, the 80s was a weird time. They had guys that had a lot of problems, personal problems. Darryl Strawberry back then, he said that he was a bad guy, that he's a bad person. He was a very difficult man to deal with. He had his own personal problems, and obviously Dwight Gooden was his drug problems. When you have two guys that have those kind of drug problems, that have so much physical talent, so much talent to begin with, so much charisma, so much talent, and they basically are self-destructive, you're not going to win. And that's why those teams didn't win more, to be honest with you. That's really the biggest thing, That is the biggest problem that those teams had a major problem with. That's the thing that happened with those teams. After they won in 80, first of all, if we had the system we have today, the Mets would have been in postseason from 84 to 90. So they would have had 7 years of being in postseason, and they might have had other chances to be a World Series team. That 85 team was probably better than the '86 team. But they brought in pieces after that season. They brought in a right-handed bat, plays second, and another left-handed starter. Beach had 28. With how the standings are right now, the Mets face the Dodgers first. I don't think so. I think the Dodgers would get a bye because they'd have the best record. Let me just look on the side here if you don't mind. I think the Mets would probably play one of these wild card teams. So they would eat. So in a wild card game, they would probably. Geez, I don't even know. I don't know how the system is now. They would probably play. Either San Diego or the Phillies in the first round. I think. This is a little confusing. Oh, wait a minute. Atlanta would. I don't know. I mean, really, the Mets are top team. I mean, if DeGrom's going to pitch tonight. They're not sure if he's going to be able to go in 5 days. Do regular rest in between starts. Now, if he's able to do that, and we get the kind of performance we expect, oh boy, the Mets are going to be very difficult to deal with. And and the Mets this week are playing the Braves, 5-game series. On Thursday. And they might face Scherzer and DeGrom back-to-back days. The Mets are going to be a bitch to deal with. The Kraken 07 says best 2 records sit and other 4 play in the first round. Oh, okay. So the Mets would get a bye. Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. That's fine. You don't want to. Oh, okay. Thank you. A little confusing with this new thing. I haven't really paid that much attention. I probably should. I would think I would. All right. This is from the MLB Network. Former GM Steve Phillips says the Blue Jays, Phillies, Cardinals, and the American League Central teams have the most pressure to make a big move leading up to today's 6 p.m. Eastern Time. I think the American League Central is a disaster. No teams out there other than the Twins are going anywhere. The Twins aren't going anywhere. Even with this move today, Jorge Lopez is going to blow a game against the Yankees. Well, the Blue Jays already made a trade. The Phillies need to make moves, and the Cardinals. I don't know where the hell the Cardinals are going, but keep an eye on odds and all this stuff. We're now 4 hours and 9 minutes from the trading deadline. Also seems like the Yankees are still trying to move stuff. Nadzie says, I see a Yankees-Mets World Series. I don't want to see that. Can we not see that? I don't want to see that. Thank you. Thank you. Yankees are sourpusses. I don't feel like dealing with them. I know there's different ownership there, but I don't want to shit the city during that time. Thank you. Have a good day. That's how I feel. Now, of course, please like this video if you haven't already. Again, I will be off tomorrow. After this live stream is up, I'm relaxing. So. Again, we got a little over 4 hours to go. This trade deadline. 5 hours until Um, 5 hours into the live stream. Nonsense. So you don't got us winning it all? Well, we'll see. It's all about the bounce of the ball sometimes. You never know. There are a lot of teams that win that you don't expect to win, So we'll see. All right. Further complicate this from Joel Sherman. Further complicating trades. J.D. Martinez is owed $6.95 million for the rest of the year. Syndergaard is owed $7.8 million. Carlos Rodon owed $7.8, but already has triggered out his opt for 2023. And if he doesn't opt out, means he likely is hurt. And an acquiring team will have a $22.5 million booby prize for 2023. Oh, well, I wouldn't pick him up. I'm getting the miss on the starting pitcher. Yeah. Good thing the Mets don't need starting pitching at this rate. A lot of times it has more to do with the bouncing of the ball. I mean, 86, it looked like the Mets were going to lose the World Series. It didn't look like they were going to win the World Series. Sometimes guys make mistakes, on the field. By the way, Logan Vlogs, what do you think of the Jays trade? It's an interesting trade. Anthony Best, pretty good reliever. The Nationals are a disaster. I mean, the Marlins are a disaster. And then they all made a big deal about bringing in this lady to be the general manager down there. I don't see anything different down there than what was down there to begin with. Nothing of any note, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Let's go through some of the Mets stuff here, just to go through it. The Mets are 28 games over 500. People are all panicked. I don't understand that. It's a fan. Mets got the best pitcher in the game pitching tonight, finally. See how well he does tonight. I'd be surprised the Mets didn't score runs for him. It wouldn't shock me. That would not shock me. The Mets don't score runs for them. All right. Now, obviously, they need some offensive help behind the plate. They are talking to Contreras with the Cubs right now. Teams mentioned with Contreras. The Guardians were mentioned a little while ago, and Tampa. I don't know where the Giants are. I'm going to cross them out. So this is a 3-team race for Contreras. As my notifications goes off. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah. They're fine at first, obviously. They're okay at second. They're okay at short. Third base can be improved upon. If they bring back Drury, I could see him playing a little bit there. Oh, I need a drink. Mets outfield's pretty much set for the most part. The DH spot's the problem. They've addressed that for the most part with Vogelback here. Vogelback's numbers with the Mets, he's 6 for 18 with 2 doubles. He's got a .520 on base percentage, 6 walks, and 25 plate appearances. .964 OPS, 444 slugging percentage. Hasn't hit a home run. He's got an OPS plus of 180. That's pretty good in the short term, isn't it? Pretty good. So everyone that complained about that trade, they're not complaining anymore. Not complaining anymore. And the pitching is pretty good, other than the bullpen. There's really not the Mets need to do. This is not a team that needs a major impact player. It needs a little impact, but not a lot of impact. Diaz is a Cy Young Award candidate. under the bullpen. They need a right-hander and they need a left-hander. Guys that can get lefties out. And with Soto going to San Diego, they're definitely going to need somebody to get a lefty out. So, all right, here's from O'Damian. I got a dark horse trade for the Dodgers. They need a closer that can close, and one of the best closers in the game. Got traded to the Padres and trade nobody expected. I can see Dodgers targeting close. Dodgers get Clace. You can move Craig to a relief pitcher, and then Dustin may be coming back from the IL, and Blake coming back from the IL soon too. I don't know. Kimball's a good closer. He's been a good closer for a long time. I don't know why they'd let Jansen go at this rate. It's just a retweet of this Blue Jays trade. Nothing of note. Nothing earth-shattering. Now, of course, please like this video and subscribe to the Baseball Hut. Oh, it's just a long day that I had ahead of me. Didn't realize the nature of this beast. That's for damn sure. I know I didn't. Oh, Damien says, I can see Mets targeting Wilson and Ian Happ. Nah, it's either one or the other. I don't see them so much with Ian Happ, but it's more Wilson and Robertson. I haven't heard the Mets connected to Ian Happ. Not at all. Not at all. Now we're 4 hours away from the trading deadline now. So we're getting close to the end. We're getting close to the end. Not even close to the end. What the hell am I talking about? 4 hours to go. When's dinner at this point? I don't. You think I should have brought some guests on the show? No. Should invite some guests on. It's all right. Got to do a long stream. We'll be doing streams for quite a while, I think, after this. What the hell knows? I might not have a voice after this. But again, thank you for watching. Appreciate the time you spend to watch my video. Believe me. A lot of people come on today just do this live stream. So I thank you very much. Yeah, I don't think there'll be any videos after the show. By the way. Let's see what's going on here. Chat, nothing in the chat. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I mean, fantasy sports. I mean, absolutely. The trades are going down to the wire. The big trade has been made. Obviously, we have Soto has been moved. Josh Bell has been moved. Let me just sort of put this on the side. I'm going to be a little more comfortable here. Juan Soto's gotten traded. He got traded to the Padres with Josh Bell. Shohei Ohtani, he's not getting moved. J.D. Martinez is still out there. Don Smith is still out there. I'm surprised these birds haven't escaped to get me. Trey Mancini got traded to Houston last night. Brandon Drury, he hasn't been moved. Contreras is still out there. Ian Happ. Jorge Lopez got traded to the Twins. Tyler Maui's still out there with the Reds. He's probably going to get moved. Luis Castillo got moved the other day to the Mariners. Nelson Cruz, I don't think he's going anywhere. A lot of talk about Noah Syndergaard going. Frankie Montas is still. He got traded to the Yankees. Martin Perez, I don't think he's getting traded. Joey Gallo's going to get traded. Tommy Pham went to the Red Sox. Why? Nobody knows. Andrew Benintendi got traded the other day to the. Hold on a second. I think because I've been talking for 5.5 hours, I ain't that tired of hearing me talk. I'm tired of hearing me talk too, but gotta soldier on a few more hours. We get to the nitty gritty now. When we get to the last hour, I'll be relieved. I'm probably gonna take a break very soon. Really just want to get through the training deadline. This is why when you do these big shows, you got to have guests coming on. I'll have to learn that for next year. I know I'm gonna sound like this to her. I know that. That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. Now, of course, please like this video if you haven't already. Be back again tomorrow. Oh no, I won't be back tomorrow. What am I talking about? I'll not be back tomorrow. Let me just check a couple things. Check my other account. I got another account, baseball too. Let me check that in a while. No, nothing there. Didn't think so. But I was hoping he'd go to the Cardinals Soto. I had that picked. Oh well. Instead, he went to a desperate team. Folks. About 5.5 hours now. I'm going to end the stream here. But I will be back in a little while. If there's a trade, I'm going to come back. If there's a Mets trade, I'll be back. Because I'm getting really tired. I need to rest a little bit. Take a break. So thank you for coming by. I'll be back in a little bit. So just hang with me. So I'll be back in a little bit. So just hang around. I'll be around. I need to take a bit of a long break. So I'll be back. If there's a trade, I'll be back. Definitely. So thank you for watching. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm going to shut down the stream and we'll start up a new one after this. So thank you for watching and I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you.